Chapter 1197 I would rather die than be humiliated. Chapter 1197 I would rather die than be humiliated. All the others were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected Dugu Jian to challenge Yang Yi. Yang Yi was slightly stunned as well, because he hadn't expected Dugu Jian to challenge him as well. To be honest, even if Dugu Jian was inferior to him, it would have still been possible for Dugu Jian to fight him for a while. After all, Dugu Jian possessed void rank sword intent as well. Yet now, not to mention Dugu Jian was by himself, even 100 experts on par with Dugu Jian would be no match for him. What? You don't dare? Dugu Jian spoke abruptly when he saw Yang Yi remain silent. Yang Yi glanced at Dugu Jian. Are you sure? Dugu Jian replied. Absolutely. Yang Yi nodded. Then go ahead. Let's head over there. Dugu Jian was about to turn around and walk to the side once he finished speaking, but Yang Yi said, There's no need to go to such trouble. Just attack right here and now. Dugu Jian gazed at Yang Yi, and a short while passed before he nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Jian held tightly onto his sword with his right hand while void rank sword intent surged out from within him. But his void rank sword intent instantly dispersed upon leaving his body. It had dispersed, and not surged back into him. Everyone here was stunned by this scene, including Dugu Jian. Obviously, he never expected that to happen. Dugu Jian hesitated for a moment before he urged his void rank sword intent forward again. However, just like before, it immediately dispersed upon leaving his body. It hadn't been destroyed, and it had just dispersed on its own. At this moment, all of them were astounded, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they gazed at Yang Yi. Even Dugu Jian was the same. Why? Actually, all of them had come to an understanding, and it was exactly that understanding which caused their shock. Yang Yi glanced at Dugu Jian. You've lost. Dugu Jian's face turned pale. You've surpassed the void rank. Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. All of them had complicated expressions in their eyes when they saw Yang Yi admit it. Besides Jian Wuji, the second person who'd attained sword intent above the void rank throughout the history of Dark Hell Continent had appeared. He'd appeared right before them. I've lost! Dugu Jian's face was ghastly pale, and he seemed to be visibly lost. A short while passed before he closed his eyes slowly. I, Dugu Jian, obtained the inheritance of a sword cultivator by chance and devoted myself to it for over a dozen years. I thought that I would be able to shock the world, but... Ha! As expected, there's always someone greater. Dugu Jian suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. I, Dugu Jian, accept my loss, but I, Dugu Jian, will absolutely not allow myself to suffer humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Jian twisted his wrist and waved his sword towards his throat. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. Suicide. They hadn't expected that Dugu Jian would actually take his own life. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Bang! Dugu Jian's sword was instantly obliterated while his figure was pushed over 30 m back. What's the meaning of this? Dugu Jian gazed at Yang Yi. You want to humiliate me? Humiliate you? Yang Yi chuckled. I'm not that perverse. You made a bet with me before this, and you lost. Now you lost again. I think that since you lost, you should keep your word and not use suicide as a means of escape. Suicide seems like a very great way to go, but it actually represents that you can't accept defeat. Doesn't it? Exactly. Huan Kong suddenly gazed at Dugu Jian. Dugu Jian, do you think it would be over with your death? No. Not only would it show that you can't accept defeat, it's a foolish move as well, and it'll even bring harm to us and your Violet Thistle City. Just think about it. Who would Violet Thistle City blame if you take your own life? It'll definitely blame all of us. So, if you really want to take your own life, then wait for us to make our demands, and you can take your own life once you've completed them. All the others were speechless. Yang Yi glanced at Huan Kong, and then he gazed at Dugu Jian. My first condition is actually not difficult, or it should be said to be very simple. Just apologize to all of us. Because your previous actions were truly quite annoying, so you have to apologize for that. He wants Dugu Jian to apologize. All the others had a trace of surprise in their eyes as they gazed at Yang Yi. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually raise such a condition. However, it was exactly what they wanted. Even though Dugu Jian had been arrogant, conceited, and domineering, it hadn't brought any harm to them. So, Dugu Jian didn't deserve death, and just an apology was within reason. He wants me to apologize. Dugu Jian's face became quite unsightly. Since he was born, had he, Dugu Jian, ever apologized? Suddenly Yang Yi said, "What? Is it very difficult?" Dugu Jian asked. "Can you raise a different condition?" Yang Yi chuckled. "I'm already going easy on you by asking you to apologize. Trust me, I don't like to waste my breath. If you don't want to apologize, it's fine as well. Just take your own life right now. As for Violet Thistle City? That's fine as well. If they dare to blame me for it, then I'll destroy Violet Thistle City as well. Don't you dare!" Dugu Jian was furious. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him before a sword stabbed at the center of his forehead. The sword pierced through his skin and threads of blood immediately seeped out from there. Yang Yi smiled. "There's nothing I dare not do. I'll ask you one last time, will you apologize or not? If you do, then we can discuss the rest. If you refuse, then there's no need for any discussions." Dugu Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "I'll apologize." Yang Yi withdrew his sword and moved aside. "This is how I do things. If you're friendly to me, then I'll be friendly to you. But if you act arrogantly to me, then to be honest, even I can't control myself once I start to act arrogantly. Besides that, you should feel lucky that I've been in a good mood lately, otherwise you wouldn't even have the chance to apologize." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he gazed at Dugu Jian while slowly tightening his grip on his sword. If Dugu Jian showed even the slightest intention to take his own life, then Yang Yi wouldn't hesitate to kill Dugu Jian instead. Yang Yi was surprised to see that Dugu Jian didn't reveal any viciousness or killing intent towards him. Dugu Jian just took a deep breath and said, "I, Dugu Jian, accept my defeat, so I'll apologize." He turned around and bowed slightly to everyone. "It was my mistake, and I apologize for what happened before this." It's fine. Huan Kong waved his hand. "How can anyone stay without any mistakes in this world? You're a good child for being able to recognize your mistakes and correcting them. Right, you should keep a low profile next time. Just look at Yang Yi. He didn't even say that he was Yang Yi. How humble of him. As for you, you should learn from him. Humility is the key to success." Yang Yi was speechless. The corners of Dugu Jian's mouth twitched. He ignored Huan Kong and gazed at Yang Yi. "Tell me what your second request is." Yang Yi gazed at Dugu Jian for a short while and said, "At least you act like a man. You can go now." All of them gazed at Yang Yi with shock. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to just let Dugu Jian go. Even Dugu Jian himself hadn't expected it. He was stunned for a short while and hesitated for a moment before he walked over to Yang Yi. After that, the others watched with astonishment as Dugu Jian slowly knelt down before Yang Yi. "I'll take you as my master." This time, it was Yang Yi's turn to be stunned. The others were stunned as well. After all, they were in a life and death situation just moments ago, yet now, Dugu Jian wanted to take Yang Yi as his master. Their minds were in chaos. A short while passed before Yang Yi gazed at Dugu Jian and asked, "Why?" Dugu Jian looked up at Yang Yi and said, "Because I want to defeat you, but you're the strongest sword cultivator on the continent right now. So I have to learn from you if I want to defeat you. Otherwise, I might not be able to defeat you in this lifetime." Yang Yi gazed at Dugu Jian for a long time before he said, "I don't take disciples. But I've established a sword alliance. If you want, you can join my sword alliance. As for learning, I'll frequently spar and carry out exchanges with the members of the sword alliance who are sword cultivators. There's no end to the path of the sword Tao. Even though I've surpassed the void rank, I believe that only endless learning will allow myself to go further on this path of the Sword Tao. The Sword Alliance. Dugu Jian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "You're even willing to share your experiences related to advancing above the void rank of sword intent?" The others gazed at Yan Yi when they heard Dugu Jian. Yan Yi nodded. "Of course. So long as you join my Sword Alliance, I'll treat you as my own. I'm never stingy to one of my own." Dugu Jian immediately said, "I'm willing to join the Sword Alliance." Suddenly, a voice arose from the side. Can I join?" Yan Yi looked over and saw that it was the linen-robed man from before Zhuolang. Yan Yi smiled. He was just about to speak when Huan Kong spoke as well. "Can I join as well?" Lin Fan asked. "I want to join as well." It didn't take long for everyone besides Qin Zhuyao to express their interest to join the Sword Alliance. After all, the temptation of advancing above the void rank was something that even Jian Su couldn't refuse. Presently, Yang Yi could be considered the last person on the continent to have attained sword intent above the void rank. If they wanted to improve their sword intent and go farther on the path of the Sword Tao, following Yang Yi was their best choice. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Let me tell you in advance that while you can join my Sword Alliance, you're no longer independent cultivators once you've joined. You'll be part of an organization, and you must obey my orders. If you can't do that, then it's best if you don't join. I don't want us to become enemies." All of them instantly started feeling slightly hesitant when they heard him. They were independent cultivators and were used to their freedom. So, being restrained was definitely quite difficult to accept for them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "Of course, the Sword Alliance doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to everyone. If you're not convinced of my strength, you can challenge me at any time. Our Sword Alliance only respects strength. If you're the strongest, you can be the boss. But if your strength isn't sufficient, then be a subordinate. So, it all depends on your own ability. Besides that, I will not stop all of you from leaving if you want to. However, so long as you stay in the Sword Alliance, you must obey my commands. Those are my conditions. Only strength is respected." Meanwhile, Dugu Jian said, "The strongest is the boss. I have no objections." "I have no objections as well." Meanwhile, Huan Kong said, "That's how the world is. The strongest is always the boss. Besides that, we sword cultivators should stick together or there won't be a place for us on this continent." "We should." Lin Fan nodded with agreement. "I have no objections as well." "I agree." Chapter 1198 It's Still Not Enough. Chapter 1198 It's Still Not Enough. Besides Qin Zhuyao, all of the others had expressed their willingness to join the Sword Alliance. In the end, Yang Yi gazed at Qin Zhuyao and said, "Miss Qin, I represent the Sword Alliance in inviting you to join us." Qin Zhuyao's strength wasn't weaker to Dugu Jian, especially now that she'd attained void rank sword intent. Moreover, she was a quasi-emperor. It could be said that even if she was compared to an emperor, she wouldn't be much weaker. Based on his estimations, Qin Zhuyao had a very good chance at killing an emperor if she joined forces with Dugu Jian. Qin Zhuyao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she asked, "Why did you create the Sword Alliance?" Yang Yi replied, "You'll find out in the future." She asked, "Can't you tell me now?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I can, but it's pointless to talk about it now." Qin Zhuyao fell silent for a short while before she asked another question. "We can challenge you at any time?" Yang Yi nodded and replied, "So long as you think you have the strength, then you can challenge me at any time. If you win, you'll be the boss of the Sword Alliance, and I'll obey your command. But you must obey my command until that happens. I'll join." She didn't hesitate this time. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. There were 35 sword cultivators here. Qin Zhuyao and Dugu Jian had attained void rank sword intent, while even the weakest amongst the others possessed quasi-void rank sword intent. Most importantly, all of them were quasi-emperors. Even though such a force seemed extremely formidable, around 90% of the strong sword cultivators throughout the continent were probably here. Based on the Sword Alliance's current strength, it didn't have to fear Doomsday City or Dark Sky Sect anymore. However, Yan Yi had never taken them to be the Sword Alliance's opponents. His was always looking further, even further than that. Meanwhile, Huan Kong suddenly asked, "Boss, what's above the void rank?" All the others looked at Yan Yi because they were curious about the answer as well. Yan Yi remained silent for a while before he said, "Do you know why very few know about the realm above the void rank?" They shook their heads in response. Yan Yi explained, "Because it's a realm that can only be comprehended yet is impossible to be imparted with words." Yan Yi wasn't lying. What was the rebirth rank? It was a form of destruction before recreation. In order to accomplish that, one had to attain comprehension of it, not receive information about it. Because the information received from others would only bring about an opposite effect. It was like life. Only by experiencing can it be considered as life. If one had never experienced it, and only heard descriptions about it from others, then would one truly understand it. If he told them about it now, yet they hadn't gained true enlightenment about destruction and recreation of their sword intent, then igniting their own sword intent would be practically no different than courting death. All of them remained silent. Meanwhile, Yan Yi added, "I'm not trying to keep it from myself. But this realm can really only be comprehended and can't be imparted through words. Besides that, all of you shouldn't reach beyond your grasp, including Dugu Jian and Miss Qin. Even though you've both attained the void rank of sword intent, it isn't condensed enough or strong enough. What all of you need now isn't to think about how to advance from the void rank, and it's how to further temper your sword intent and your control over your sword intent." "Control over our sword intent?" Dugu Jian asked. "What do you mean?" Yan Yi glanced at them as he flipped his right palm, and an intent sword appeared there. As soon as it appeared, Dugu Jian and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they moved backwards repeatedly. Yan Yi was slightly stunned. He issued a command in his heart, and the sword intent's aura immediately vanished, so all of them couldn't sense his rebirth rank sword intent anymore. Their countenances immediately eased up slightly once its aura vanished. Yang Yi said, "Watch!" As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the sword on Yan Ye's palm started to shrink at a gradual pace. It grew smaller and smaller, and it didn't take long for the intent sword to be around the size of a needle. Compression? All of their eyes opened wide. They hadn't expected that sword intent could be controlled like that. Yang Yi nodded and said, "See that? The strength of this intent sword is countless times stronger than before. Moreover, it can be compressed further. You call it compression, I prefer to call it the brink. Brink sword intent is the act of compressing sword intent to its brink, and then allowing it to explode. Dugu Jian and Qin Zhuyao, if both of you are able to learn this technique, then you'll even have a chance to kill emperors on your own." Yang Yi snapped his fingers as he finished speaking, and the intent sword instantly vanished. He added, "That technique is one of my trump cards. It isn't just an extremely powerful sword technique, it can be utilized to strengthen your sword intent as well. I presume it should be very useful to all of you." All of their eyes had a trace of admiration and acceptance in their eyes when they gazed at Yan Yi. Because this technique, brink sword intent, was absolutely much greater than an emperor rank sword technique, yet Yan Yi had shared it just like that. If they were in Yan Ye's position, then it would probably be very difficult for them to share their trump cards. After all, everyone was selfish. Meanwhile, Yan Yi continued, "Everyone is selfish, and so am I. But I understand that if all of us act selfishly, then the Sword Alliance's existence would be meaningless. Everyone has their own sword Tao, and you've definitely obtained your own comprehensions and experience after traveling on the path of the sword Tao for so long. Now I hope that all of you can share it, so that we may adopt each other's strong points to make up for our weaknesses and grow together. I've already started. Now it's up to all of you." A moment of silence ensued before Dugu Jian stepped forward. However, Huan Kong spoke before he could. I'll go first. Today, I'll allow all of you to see this thing that I've comprehended." Once there was a first, there was a second, and it didn't take long for them to start a grand discussion of the sword. A smile curled up on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth when he witnessed this scene. A long time passed before he looked up at the sky. Actually, he envied the Unfettered One a little. Because the Unfettered One was all alone, and he could go anywhere he wanted. The Unfettered One could live his life for the sword. But Yan Ye's sword had its restraints, and it was his loved one's. Many formidable sword cultivators throughout history had sought to have no desires and have only the sword in their hearts. They sought the limits of the sword Tao. Were such people strong? They were very strong. Just like the Unfettered One. If a person focused on a single thing, and especially if that person was a monstrous genius, then it would definitely be extremely terrifying. The heart of a sword cultivator couldn't be shackled. It was something that Yan Yi agreed on. However, Yan Ye's heart was shackled. What was the shackle? It was love. Yan Yi was aware of it, but he could never sever his connection to it for the sword. Why did he cultivate in the sword and strive to get stronger? It was to protect those he cared about. If even those he cared about were gone, then even if he became invincible throughout the universe, what would be the point? Yan Yi had taken up the sword solely because of love. If he had to, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon the sword for his loved ones. However, he would absolutely not abandon his loved ones for the sword. Suddenly, the space in front of Yan Yi rippled, and some time passed before Yan Yi frowned. He turned around and gazed at the others. Something has happened at our Sword Alliance's headquarters. One of them was puzzled. Headquarters? Yan Yi nodded. All of you aren't the only members of the Sword Alliance. There are many others, and our headquarters are at Cloudfall City. I'll tell all of you about it later. Come with me now and raise your speeds to its limits. For safety's sake, I'll be going first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished before them. How swift! Huan Kong was shocked. That technique is fucking cool. This won't do. I have to beg him to teach it to me once I get to Cloudfall City. Let's go. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to see a shadow of him. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, he and the others immediately transformed into rays of light that shot up into the sky. Cloudfall City. Sword Master Hall. After the city governor's estate had been rebuilt by Yi Luyun, it was named Sword Master Hall. At this moment, all the experts at the Quasi-Emperor realm throughout the Sword Alliance were within the hall, and Yi Luyun was leading the meeting. The atmosphere in the hall was quite heavy. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng suddenly asked, "Is the information reliable?" Yi Luyun nodded and said, "My spies in Doomsday City and the Dark Sky sect have sent news that the forces of both those powers have been moving. If I'm not wrong, they might have joined forces. After all, an enemy of their enemy is their friend. Coupled with the fact that there isn't much of a conflict of interest between them, it's very normal for them to have joined forces." Yuan Feng was puzzled. Why haven't they attacked until now? Yi Luyun replied, "According to the information I received, all the other 5 powers besides the World Devastator cult seem to have gone to the ruins of the Sword God's palace, and it should have been their emperors who had gone. In other words, the strength they had at their disposal wasn't sufficient to crush us. Or perhaps, it should be said that they didn't want to risk their lives. Because if the Sword Master is included, then we have 2 emperors on our side. But now that their emperors have returned, they would have absolute strength over us once they join forces. So, there would be no need to risk their lives." Yi Luyun took a deep breath at this point, and she continued, "For safety's sake, I've notified the Sword Master. I presume he's on the way back right now." Meanwhile, Yuan Feng spoke solemnly. "If they've really joined forces, then even the Sword Master's presence would probably make no difference." Yi Luyun raised her head and looked out of the hall in silence. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. Emperors had arrived. However, a sword howl suddenly resounded in the sky above. Yi Luyun and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they heard that sword howl. In the sky above Cloudfall City. After executing a few void flashes in succession, Yan Yi had finally rushed back here. Yuan Tianyi and the man in violet robes from Doomsday City were standing not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. Only 2 emperors? That doesn't seem to be sufficient. How come? Yuan Tianyi chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 old men instantly appeared around him. 5 emperors! Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi and said, I told you. Your sword alliance won't live for long. I told you to wait and see. Now, what do you think? Yang Yi glanced at them and shook his head. It's still not enough. Chapter 1199 My leg was itchy. Chapter 1199 My leg was itchy. 5 emperors aren't enough. Yuan Tianyi and the others were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and then they shook their heads and chuckled. Was there an expert on Dark Hell Continent who could fight 5 emperors alone? There definitely was, and there might be more than one. But it didn't include Yang Yi. A saint was capable of challenging 5 emperors? Perhaps Jian Wuji could give it a try if he was reborn. So you're already wildly arrogant to such an extent? Yuan Tianyi shook his head. Actually, we don't even have to join forces and even dispatch 5 emperors when dealing with you. You have to realize that we haven't dispatched 5 emperors for you, we've done so for the people backing you. No matter who is standing behind you, my Dark Sky sect in Doomsday City will definitely annihilate you today. Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Tianyi's group and said, Actually, I really had no intention to cause trouble upon arriving here, and I never treated all of you as my opponents. But all of you insist on making me your enemy and refuse to stop until you kill me. Yang Yi shrugged at this point and continued, I'll give both our sides a final chance. Leave right now and we'll each mind our own business, alright? Yuan Tianyi smiled. What if we refuse? Yang Yi asked. Are you sure? Yuan Tianyi looked Yang Yi in the eyes and replied, I'm very sure. Yang Yi gazed at Yuan Tianyi for a short while, and then he nodded. I like to go to extremes, especially when dealing with my enemies. Since you've chosen to become my enemy, then the Dark Sky sect and Doomsday City will vanish from this world after today. One must always pull up weeds by the roots. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot down, and then his figure vanished on the spot. The ultimate version of death by a thought. At the moment Yang Yi's figure vanished, Yuan Tianyi and the others' expressions had instantly changed drastically. They sensed danger, extreme danger. But Yang Yi was truly too fast. Even they could only sense a trace of Yang Yi's aura and movement. An instant later, Yang Yi had appeared behind one of the emperors from the Dark Sky sect. That emperor was about to turn around attack when he noticed Yang Yi behind him. Hiss! Suddenly, a strand of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead. The old man's eyes opened wide while terror and disbelief filled them. Instant annihilation! Yang Yi had killed an emperor in an instant. Yuan Tianyi and the others' expressions changed drastically. Just like the dead old man, they had disbelief in their eyes. But Yang Yi paid no attention to them. He patted his chest, and then Snowy emerged from within, opened her mouth, and sucked. The spirit energy that was seeping out from the emperor behind him instantly surged into Snowy's mouth. Snowy burped, rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chest, and then her eyeballs started spinning about. She was ceaselessly sizing up Yuan Tianyi and the others while licking her lips. As far as she was concerned, all of them were like tonics to her. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment, and his voice trembled. You've surpassed the void rank of sword intent. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just waved his right hand to put the corpse away, and then he stomped his foot against the space beneath him again, causing the space there to tremble. A ray of light hadn't even shot forward, but Yuan Tianyi and the others' expressions had changed drastically again. Numerous terrifying auras surged out from within them. At the same time, dense layers of profound energy barriers appeared around them. Moreover, 2 of the old men had even withdrawn shields and placed them in front of themselves. They acted like they were facing a formidable enemy. They couldn't be said to be acting in an embarrassing manner. One could only say that Yang Yi's previous attack was truly too terrifying. After all, it was an emperor. But an emperor had been killed in an instant. Could they accomplish that? They couldn't accomplish that even if all four of them joined forces. However, right when they thought Yan Yi was attacking, Yan Yi chuckled instead. What are all of you doing? My leg was just itchy. Yuan Tianyi and the others' faces instantly turned unsightly when they heard him. However, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his foot down again, and his figure vanished on the spot. When Yang Ye's figure appeared once more, he was in front of the gray-robed old man who stood by Yuan Tianyi's side. The gray-robed old man's pupils had constricted when Yang Ye's figure vanished, and then the profound energy within him surged into the shield in front of him. At the same time, numerous profound energy barriers were appearing incessantly around him. Attack! At the moment Yang Ye's figure vanished, Yuan Tianyi had immediately decided to attack. The other two old men didn't hesitate and attacked right away as well. Meanwhile, a sword had stabbed against the old man's shield. Bang! The skies shook violently as the shield and the profound energy barriers behind it cracked apart in an instant. At the same time, the old man was even blasted backwards by the force of the collision. However, Yan Ye's sword was like a shadow that stuck closely to the shield. Yan Yi gazed at the old man whose face was covered in horror, and he grinned before he suddenly grabbed his sword with both hands and twisted his wrist. Hiss! A ray of sword energy shot through the old man's chest, and a string of blood sprayed out. Rebirth rank sword intent instantly destroyed the vitality within the gray-robed old man, and it didn't take long for the color in the old man's eyes to fade away. Snowy hurriedly emerged from Yan Ye's chest and sucked away the old man's spirit energy. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianyi and the others had arrived behind Yan Yi. However, a terrifying wave of sword intent suddenly appeared in front of Yan Yi, and it blasted them almost 3 kilometers away. Rebirth rank sword intent. Void rank sword intent was already capable of resisting the aura of emperors, and rebirth rank sword intent had fully surpassed the emperor realm. Simply speaking, an emperor might not even be able to win against an intense sword he created. After the ultimate version of death by a thought was enhanced by rebirth rank sword intent, its strength was more than 30 times greater. It was capable of killing emperors with ease. In short, even if he casually released a strand of sword energy and enhanced it with rebirth rank sword intent, then it would be comparable to an emperor rank sword technique. That was how terrifying rebirth rank sword intent was. Yuan Tianyi and the others were absolutely shocked when Yang Ye's sword intent blasted them back. At this moment, they knew that they had no chance to win. After all, Yan Yi was capable of killing emperors in an instant. Meanwhile, Snowy had finished absorbing the spirit energy. Yan Yi rubbed her head lightly, and then he put the corpse away with a wave of his right hand. After that, he gazed at Yuan Tianyi. I'm really curious about something. How many more emperors does your dark sky sect have after I kill you? I presume it probably isn't more than 2, right? Yuan Tianyi took a deep breath and said, My dark sky sect was in the wrong, and we're willing to apologize for this matter. Moreover, we guarantee that we will absolutely not go against the Sword Alliance in the future. The violet-robed middle-aged man by Yuan Tianyi's side spoke as well. My Doomsday City is willing to apologize as well, and we guarantee to never go against the Sword Alliance again. Yan Yi chuckled. When I wanted to reason with all of you, you insisted to use strength to talk. Now I'm using strength to talk with you, yet you want to reason with me. Remember what I said in the beginning? I gave all of you one last chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Allow me to repeat myself, since we're enemies, I'd prefer to pull out weeds by the roots. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ye's figure vanished once more. Flee! Yuan Tianyi immediately made the decision to flee. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning towards the distance. The other 2 emperors from Doomsday City fled towards 2 other directions as well. Fight? They had no desire to fight. What a joke! Yan Yi could kill emperors in an instant. An instant. Yan Yi glanced at Yuan Tianyi, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to look at the violet-robed middle-aged man. His profound energy was sufficient to execute the ultimate version of death by a thought for one last time. So, who should he kill? He chose the violet-robed middle-aged man from Doomsday City. A moment later, Yang Ye's figure had vanished on the spot. Around 10 kilometers away, the middle-aged man had stopped in midair, and Yang Yi wasn't very far ahead of him. He glanced at the hole in his chest and gazed at Yang Yi. How swift! Yang Yi replied modestly. It was just all right. The middle-aged man almost suffocated with rage before he took his last breath. At the same time, Snowy's head emerged once more, and then the spirit energy which hadn't even started to seep out from the middle-aged man was sucked away. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly at the sight of this. He suddenly thought of a possibility. If Snowy just sucked the spirit energy within a person. A chill ran down Yang Ye's spine because it was absolutely terrifying. After all, spirit energy was the foundation of a cultivator, and if a cultivator had no spirit energy, many would be crippled. Not to mention others, even he feared such an ability. Even though his body was strong and remained strong even without spirit energy, he would lose at least 50% of his strength when he had no spirit energy. Moreover, if he was injured, then how would he repair his body without spirit energy? Fortunately, Snowy was on his side. Yang Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief at this point, and then he rubbed Snowy's head lightly. After that, he looked up and gazed towards the distance. At this moment, there was no sign of Yuan Tianyi and the other emperor from Doomsday City. Meanwhile, Dudu Jian and the others appeared not too far away from him. Moreover, besides shock, their gazes carried a trace of fervor as they looked at Yang Yi. They'd witnessed the battle, and the only reason they hadn't shown themselves was because Yang Yi prohibited it. Yang Yi had killed 3 emperors in an instant, and he'd done so while at the Saint Realm. Yang Yi glanced at Dudu Jian and the others, and then he nodded. The reason he hadn't allowed them to join the battle was very simple. It was to make a show of strength. Sword cultivators were proud. If he didn't possess absolute strength, then they wouldn't be satisfied with being under his leadership. Moreover, putting on a show of strength could deter those who had other thoughts. Now, when he saw the expressions they had, he knew that its effect was very good. Sword Master! Meanwhile, Yi Luyun led the others over to Yang Yi and bowed respectfully to him. After all, they'd personally witnessed how he killed 3 emperors in an instant. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a god in their hearts. Rise! Yang Yi waved his hand and said, Order those at the quasi-emperor realm and above to come with me. Yuan Feng asked. Where are we going? We'll annihilate Doomsday City first and crush the Dark Sky sect after that. Chapter 1200 What Chapter Me? Chapter 1200 What Chapter Me? Annihilate Doomsday City. Crush the Dark Sky sect. All of their hearts shook. They knew that a change to the powers of the continent was coming. None of them objected, nor did any of them dare to object. They set out for Doomsday City under Yang Ye's lead. Isn't it a little too rushed? Yi Luyun spoke softly by Yang Ye's side. She hadn't raised any questions when Yang Yi made the decision earlier. It was a smart move. Because she could ask as she pleased in private, and even object to Yang Ye's decisions. However, she knew very well what she had to do in public. She couldn't damage Yang Ye's prestige, nor did she dare to do so. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Our morale is at its peak, so it's the most suitable moment to attack. Moreover, there's no difference between being hasty or not. Because Doomsday City isn't a threat to us anymore. Right, get ready for the Sword Alliance to move into Doomsday City once we've annihilated them. Cloud Fall City's location is too remote, and it's too small. It isn't suitable for the Sword Alliance to grow. Doomsday City just happens to be barely enough. Yi Luyun replied. I've already planned everything. Huh! Yang Yi turned around to gaze at her, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. You've planned everything? Yi Luyun gently combed her hair behind her ears and spoke softly. Just as you've said, Cloud Fall City's location is too remote, and it's too small. Moreover, it isn't suitable for spirit veins to grow. So, if our Sword Alliance intends to grow stronger, then it must move somewhere else. Doomsday City is naturally the most suitable place for that. Yan Yi asked. So, you'd planned it in advance, right? She nodded in response. I've gained a clear understanding of everything in Doomsday City, and I have completed a string of plans as well. So long as we conquer Doomsday City, I'll be able to arrange everything as soon as possible. Yan Yi gazed at her for a short while and said, Miss Yi, I'm really lucky to have you. If he didn't have Yi Luyun, then it would be absolutely impossible for the Sword Alliance to be managed in such an orderly manner. Yi Luyun spoke softly. Actually, I'm lucky to have you as well. Both of them exchanged glances and smiled. Words weren't needed to express their feelings. Boss! Meanwhile, Huan Kong suddenly walked over to Yan Ye's side and said, that sword technique you executed earlier was so cool, so very cool. Right. Lin Fan wants to learn it, and he asked me to help him ask you if you're willing to teach it to us? What nonsense! Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who'd been paying attention to what was going on here, had instantly exploded with rage. You wanted to learn it yet are using my name! How shameless are you? Huan Kong glanced at Lin Fan and spoke indifferently. Do you dare to say that you don't want to learn it? Lin Fan was speechless. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, All of you want to learn that technique? All of them hurriedly nodded, even Lin Fan. Yang Yi nodded. I can teach it to all of you. But I have conditions. Huan Kong quickly asked. What conditions? Yang Yi replied. In the future, the Sword Alliance will implement a point system. Want treasures? Sword techniques? Exchange points for them. As for how to obtain those points, it's very simple. Just complete missions for the Sword Alliance or exchange other treasures for points. Besides that, I'll establish a sword rankings, and it'll only have 10 spots on it. Those in the top 10 will gain a certain amount of points every month. In short, I'll get Miss Yi to deal with the details of the point system. Yi Luyun glanced at him and nodded slightly. Everyone felt that Yan Yi was an impulse and brainless person, but she felt that Yan Yi was actually very smart on many occasions. Just like what had just happened. He hadn't just taught them his sword technique. After all, others would never cherish things they obtained without contributing anything. Moreover, if that continued for long, they would feel like it was a matter of course. But by carrying out the point system, it made things simpler. If one wanted something, one would have to pay for it with points. If one wanted to accumulate points, then one had to work for the Sword Alliance, or ascend the sword rankings. It could be said that the point system had eliminated many future problems, and motivated the Sword Alliance's members. Huan Kong and the others nodded to display their agreement once they heard Yang Yi. They were smart people, so they naturally understood Yang Yi's intentions. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, We're here! All of them looked up and a huge city had appeared within their fields of vision. Yi Luyun spoke softly. See those turrets on the city walls? Those are plasma turrets that Doomsday City obtained from an ancient ruin. It's extremely strong and capable of posing a threat to emperors. Yang Yi looked over and saw 5 such turrets on Doomsday City. Yan Ye's figure flashed up into the sky above the city. Meanwhile, an old man shot out of the city. It was the same old man who'd fled before Yang Yi a while ago. The old man spoke in a low voice. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? Yang Yi chuckled. Are you joking? What do you think I'm here for? The old man spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. Do you really want to fight until both our forces are destroyed? Both our forces are destroyed. Can you even do that? Yang Yi gazed at the old man and said, Let me make this short. Those who surrender will be spared. As for those who refuse to surrender, I'll kill every single one of them. If none agree to surrender, then I'll slaughter the entire city. He intends to slaughter the city. The old man's expression changed. It wasn't just the old man, the expressions of the members of the Sword Alliance had changed slightly as well. However, they didn't say anything. Dark Hell Continent was a dog-eat-dog world. Since they'd been able to live until now, they were absolutely not pedantic fellows. The old man fell silent for a long time before he spoke. It was my Doomsday City's mistake, and we're willing to apologize and compensate you. Yang Yi walked towards the old man and said, "Do you not understand what I just said?" As Yang Yi moved closer to the old man, a terrifying pressure instantly forced the old man to take successive steps back. The old man was shocked. He hurriedly spoke when he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be about to attack. "You can't destroy the order here." Yang Yi stopped and asked, "Order? What order?" The old man heaved a sigh of relief. "The 6 great powers are the publicly acknowledged diamond-rank powers of the continent. For the sake of preventing large-scale wars on the continent, the World Devastator cult decreed that the various large powers of the continent are prohibited from fighting and killing each other. That's why even if conflict has arisen incessantly amongst us, we haven't ever gone to war. If you dare to destroy my Doomsday City today, then it's equivalent to challenging the order created by the World Devastator cult, and destroying that order is equivalent to provoking the World Devastator cult." "He's not lying!" Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly walked over to Yang Ye's side. "But there's something he failed to mention. The other 5 powers have to give violet crystals to the World Devastator cult. Even though all of them are diamond-rank powers, the World Devastator cult is the true big brother amongst them, and they have to act according to its will. This so-called order that the World Devastator cult created was actually created for their own benefit. Very few people are aware of this. Even I wouldn't be aware of it if I wasn't the junior city governor of Violet Thistle City." Yang Yi asked, "You're saying that the World Devastator cult will help them if we try to destroy them?" Dugu Jian nodded. "It's very likely. Because they once said that anyone who dares to destroy the order that they created is their enemy." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't care about the World Devastator cult. All I know is that Doomsday City wanted to destroy my Sword Alliance. Since Doomsday City wanted to destroy my Sword Alliance will destroy Doomsday City. It's just that simple. If the World Devastator cult wants to destroy my Sword Alliance, that's fine as well. Let them come." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and looked at the old man. "Will you surrender or not?" "You..." The old man intended to say something, but Yang Yi shook his head instead. "It seems like you don't want to surrender. Since you don't, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to attack. But the old man was prepared, and his figure instantly vanished on the spot. "Fire!" At the same time, a voice resounded in the air above the city. Bang! 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 5 enormous beams of black light surged out from Doomsday City, and its target was Yang Ye's group. Yang Yi swung the sword in his right hand. A ray of sword energy swept out horizontally, and the beams of black light were instantly obliterated. A moment later, Yang Yi swung his sword again, and a ray of sword energy instantly slammed against the city's gates. Bang! The city gates were instantly transformed into powder. Yang Ye's voice resounded. "Attack! Kill all who resist!" The others didn't hesitate to surge into the city. Suddenly, a blue-robed old man appeared before the entrance to the city. The old man raised his right hand slightly before slapping it down at the members of the Sword Alliance. Bang! The space in the area before them collapsed in an instant, and it astounded the members of the Sword Alliance. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of them, and then a strand of sword intent formed a barrier before them and instantly stabilized the expanse of collapsing space. A short moment later, everything here returned to normal. "You're the first person that has dared to look down on my World Devastator cult." The blue-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "But you do have some ability." Yang Yi asked, "Your World Devastator cult intends to protect Doomsday City?" The blue-robed old man said, "The order we created can't be destroyed. So, Doomsday City can't be destroyed. Watch me." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. At the same time, his voice resounded once more. "Attack! Kill any who dare to fight back! How dare you!" The old man roared with fury and was about to attack. However, a terrifying force pressed down upon him and caught him off guard, causing him to be almost pressed down to his knees. "Sword intent above the void rank." The old man was shocked. However, A sword had pressed against the center of his forehead at the exact same moment. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Your sword intent is actually above the void rank," Yang Yi said. "I don't want to become enemies with the World Devastator cult." The old man immediately said, "I don't think you would even dare to. Immediately order your forces out of Doomsday City or—" Hiss! Yang Yi's sword instantly stabbed through the old man's head, and a string of blood sprayed out from the back of the old man's head, while his eyes swiftly opened wide. "You think too highly of yourself!" Yang Yi's voice resounded by the old man's ears. Chapter 12:01 Either Win or Die. Chapter 12:01 Either Win or Die. The blue-robed old man's right hand shook slightly, and then the space around him rippled before he took his last breath. Yang Yi glanced at the ripples in space around the old man, and then he patted his chest. Snowy immediately emerged and started absorbing the spirit energy within the old man. Once she was done, Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the old man's corpse away. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and started walking towards the city. "We surrender!" Meanwhile, the Emperor from Doomsday City suddenly led a group over to the Sword Alliance's forces. The old man gazed at Yang Yi, and the shock in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to kill an expert from the World Devastator cult. After all, it was the World Devastator cult, the strongest power on the continent right now. He knew that the Sword Alliance would definitely vanish from the face of the continent. But he had to surrender for now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live until that happened. The old man spoke again. "We surrender!" "You surrender?" "It's too late." Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. He was behind the old man when his figure appeared again. Hiss! A torrent of blood surged from the old man's chest. His pupils constricted as he glanced at his chest, and there was disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected that he would die just like that. "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't treasure the opportunity. Yet you want to take it now? Unfortunately, I refuse to let you." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Snowy immediately opened her mouth, and the spirit energy within the old man surged into her mouth. The expressions of all the experts in Doomsday City changed drastically when they saw that even surrendering resulted in death. However, not a single one of them attacked. If the gap in their strengths wasn't very huge, then they would definitely fight desperately. However, the gap in their strengths was absolutely huge. Even emperors had been killed in an instant, let alone them. Yang Yi glanced at the experts here before he said, "I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Now I'll give all of you a chance. Will all of you surrender?" They hurriedly nodded. What a joke! None of them wanted to die. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun. "I'll leave the matters within the city to you. I'll deal with the matters outside the city." She nodded in response, and then she led the others into the city. Yang Yi glanced at Dugu Jian and the others. "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that appeared on Doomsday City's walls, and they immediately followed him there. He turned around and gazed at them. "Have any of you fought emperors?" They shook their heads. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao said, "I have." The others gazed at her, and she added, "I lost." Yang Yi nodded. "Actually, emperors aren't as strong as you think. I've seen many geniuses who are much more terrifying than emperors. All of you are geniuses as well. But do you know what you lack when compared to them? You lack ferocity and courage. Many of you think that emperors are very strong, beyond your reach, and impossible to defeat. If you hold such thoughts, then not to mention emperors, you won't even be able to defeat a saint." Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point. "I'm not asking all of you to act beyond the limits of your ability. I just want to tell all of you that confidence and courage are very important. For example, the thing I admire about Dugu Jian is that even if he knew that I'm stronger than him, he still dared to challenge me. Even though he lost, he didn't let himself down. Because he tried his best." Dugu Jian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi asked. Do all of you think I'm very strong? They nodded in response. Yang Yi shook his head. In your opinion, I really am extremely strong. Because emperors can't even avoid a single move of mine. However, I'd like to tell all of you that there are too many others in this world who are stronger than me. I won't talk about those I don't know of, let's just talk about those I know. Amongst the people I know, there are no less than 10 who can kill emperors at the Saint Realm and Quasi-Emperor Realm. Huan Kong asked. What are you trying to tell us? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I'm trying to tell all of you that there are too many outstanding people in this world. So, all of you must have wild ambition, like killing emperors. Is it very difficult to kill emperors? It's very difficult for many of you. But let me tell you that many of you don't really lack the strength to accomplish it, you lack the mentality. Sword cultivators should be without fear, or to put it in simpler terms, sword cultivators should be unafraid of death. If you don't even fear death, would you fear emperors? If you're prepared to die in battle, I believe that you'll definitely obtain unexpected gains. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao nodded. When I encountered that emperor I fought, he wanted to kill me, and I couldn't escape. So, I fought him while being prepared to die. At that time, all I thought about was how I wanted to hit him even if I died. But I never expected him to actually give up on killing me when I fought while completely disregarding my own life. Of course, the main reason was that there were other experts in the vicinity, and he was afraid of them. I attained the peak of quasi-void rank sword intent during that battle. Yang Yi nodded. Sword cultivators should be without fear when the sword is in hand. Or to put it in simpler terms, we should not fear death while we have our sword in our grasp. Even if we're facing a formidable enemy, we should still dare to draw our swords. Even if we would die in the end, we still have to draw our swords. Fighting to death isn't disgraceful. It's being afraid to fight that's disgraceful. Yang Yi looked in the direction of Godfall before he continued. Was Senior Jian Wuji not aware of the old man in Taoist robes' strength all those years ago? He was. But did he shrink back? He didn't. He drew his sword and fought. Even though he fell in the end, I believe that he died without regrets. Thank you for the guidance. Dugu Jian bowed slightly to Yang Yi. I finally understand why you're that much stronger than us. There's no luck behind a person's success. Qin Zhuyao bowed slightly to Yang Yi as well, but she didn't say anything. Huan Kong and the others remained silent for a long time, and then they started to bow to Yang Yi in succession. Yang Yi turned around and looked up at the sky. We still have a long path ahead of us, and I'll be very fast. If you can't keep up, then I'll have no choice but to leave you behind. It's not a matter of loyalty. Understand? All of them nodded. They weren't fools, so they naturally understood what Yang Yi meant. This was how the world was. If everyone was improving yet you failed to improve, would anyone be willing to wait? Everyone had to display their own worth. Yang Yi suddenly said, Dugu Jian, go back to Violet Thistle City. Dugu Jian was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. He belonged to Violet Thistle City, and the Sword Alliance had become enemies with the World Devastator cult. So, he couldn't avoid dragging Violet Thistle City if he stayed. Dugu Jian shook his head. No one would know that I'm the junior city governor of Violet Thistle City if none of you speak a word about it. Besides that, it doesn't matter even if they do know. If worse comes to worse, I'll just renounce my position. In any case, it's a boring position. Nice. Huan Kong gave Dugu Jian a thumbs up and said, Dugu bullshit, I'm impressed. The corners of Dugu Jian's eyes twitched, but he didn't argue with Huan Kong like Lin Fan would. After all, the more one argued with Huan Kong, the more enthusiastic he would get. Yang Yi gazed at Dugu Jian. Are you sure? Dugu Jian nodded. I'm a member of the Sword Alliance now, so I should go through thick and thin with it. Yang Yi grinned. I'll leave an emperor to you later. Do you dare? I do. Dugu Jian placed his hand on the sword hanging on his waist. There was no fear in his eyes, only the intent to fight. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao said, I want one as well. Huan Kong glanced at Dugu Jian and Qin Zhuyao, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to Lin Fan. Ice Face, how about we join forces and fight one? What's with that look? I'm doing this for your own good. If I wasn't afraid that you would feel embarrassed, I would have chosen to challenge two on my own. Lin Fan spoke indifferently. Then go challenge two. Huan Kong was speechless. Huan Kong and Lin Fan, both of you will fight an emperor on your own. The others will fight one together. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Remember that I won't save all of you, nor can I. Whether you live or die is up to you. If any of you do die, we who survive will avenge you and bury you. All of them were speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao suddenly asked, Will the World Devastator cult come? Of course. Dugu Jian continued. They won't tolerate any provocation. If they don't come, then their prestige will decline, and that's something they absolutely won't allow. Huan Kong asked, How strong is the World Devastator cult? Dugu Jian glanced at Huan Kong and spoke solemnly. Very strong. Most importantly, it's very mysterious. No one knows where their headquarters are, and all we do know is that they wear blue robes. According to rumor, they might even have experts above the Emperor realm, but no one knows if the rumors are true. The others had solemn expressions on their faces when they heard this. Above the Emperor realm. Such an expert hadn't appeared on Dark Hell Continent for thousands of years. It wasn't that such an expert didn't exist, it was that such experts hadn't shown themselves. Of course, no one was sure if such an expert really did exist. But if the World Devastator cult had such an expert, then they were in deep trouble. Suddenly, Qin Zhuyao said, They're here! As soon as she finished speaking, waves of violent fluctuations instantly arose in the sky above Doomsday City, and then the space there was torn apart before 10 blue-robed old men walked out from the crack in space. 10 emperors. It has been many years since someone has killed a member of my World Devastator cult. A hunchback old man walked forward slowly from the group of blue-robed old men. He glanced at Yang Yi and the others, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. You killed him, right? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. The old man looked down at Yang Yi for a short while before he waved his right hand. Leave no one in the city alive! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura instantly surged out from the 9 emperors behind him, and those terrifying auras swept down towards Doomsday City. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Dugu Jian and the others. This is our Sword Alliance's first battle. We either win or die. We either win or die. The others howled in unison, and then over 30 rays of light shot up into the sky. Chapter 1202 I have to kill you to keep you quiet. Chapter 1202 I have to kill you to keep you quiet. How laughable! The hunchback old man had indifference in his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi and the others. After all, a group of quasi-emperors intended to fight their group of 10 emperors. Suddenly, a terrifying strand of sword intent swept up from the city, and the terrifying aura the 9 emperors emanated was instantly dispersed. Sword intent that's above the void rank! Their pupils constricted at the sight of this. This time, there was no conceit left in their eyes, and there was only shock left there. Bring it on! Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. He flipped his left palm in midair, and the ancient sheath appeared on his grasp. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his foot down against the space beneath him, and the sky shook before his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of the hunchback old man when his figure appeared once more, and he drew his sword and swung it. 200 overlapped heaven rands. The old man's pupils had shrunk to the size of needles when Yang Yi drew his sword. He hadn't expected that a saint could actually execute such a terrifying attack. After all, it made his heart tremble. But even then, the old man's reaction wasn't slow. A ray of dazzling golden light suddenly surged out from within him and collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the golden light around the old man dispersed in an instant. At the same time, he spat out over a dozen mouthfuls of blood in succession, while his figure was blasted away. Suddenly Yan Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The old man's eyes opened wide at the exact moment that Yan Ye's figure vanished, and he howled. No! Hiss! As soon as his voice resounded, a ray of light had shot through the center of his forehead, and then Yan Yi appeared behind him. The other 9 emperors were stunned on the spot. 2 attacks. An emperor had been killed with just 2 attacks. The 9 of them had no time to feel shocked because the other experts of the Sword Alliance had arrived before them. Dugu Jian and Qin Zhuyao chose an emperor each while Huan Kong and Lin Fan joined forces against one more. As for the rest of them, they chose a single emperor to besiege. Besides the hunchback old man who just lost his life, there were 5 more emperors here who were without opponents. After he killed the old man, Yan Yi summoned Snowy, and he put the old man's corpse away once Snowy finished absorbing the spirit energy within the corpse. After that, a wave of sword intent swept out and enveloped the other 5 emperors as Yang Yi said, "You move, you die!" Unsightly expressions appeared on their faces. But just a moment passed before they charged at Yang Yi. They were all emperors and living fossils who'd been alive for over 10,000 years at the very least, so how could they possibly be terrified by a saint? So what even if that saint's strength was heaven-defying? They were emperors, not weaklings. Snowy blinked when she saw them charge at her and Yang Yi, and then her head shrunk back and hid within the pocket of space. But it didn't take long for her head to emerge again. She glanced at Yang Yi and started waving her claws slightly, and it seemed like she was telling Yang Yi to be careful. After Yang Yi nodded, her eyes narrowed as she smiled, and then she shrunk back into the pocket of space. Yang Yi gazed at the 5 emperors, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, a strand of terrifying sword intent surged out from within him. Bang! All 5 of those emperors were instantly blasted almost 3 kilometers backwards. They were astounded. Even though they'd mentally prepared themselves, they still hadn't expected Yang Ye's sword intent to be so strong. The aura they gained as emperors was actually like a child facing an adult when it faced Yang Ye's sword intent. It couldn't resist it at all. Yang Yi stretched out his right hand and an intense sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he sheathed it and gazed at the emperor who was closest to him. That emperor was horrified when he noticed Yang Ye's gaze, and he didn't hesitate to slam his fist forward. Numerous energy fists flashed forward incessantly. However, a strange scene appeared here. When those energy fists appeared incessantly in the sky, they were suddenly split into 2. At the instant they split apart, the old man's pupils had constricted, and then Yang Yi appeared in front of him before swinging his sword down. The old man was horrified and wanted to flee, but a strand of terrifying sword intent pressed down upon him like a mountain. No! A miserable and shrill cry resounded through the sky. Hiss! The old man's figure was slashed into 2. The 4 other emperors were horrified by this scene. He killed an emperor in an instant. Is he really just a saint? Yang Yi ignored them. He withdrew a handful of violet crystals and tossed them into his mouth. After that, he patted his chest. Snowy emerged and sucked the spirit energy that emerged from within the old man. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at the old man who'd been sliced into 2. What a pity! I used a little too much strength and lost a sword servant. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the other 4 emperors when he spoke up to this point. Are all of you going to gang up on me, or will you fight me one by one? Yang Yi wasn't one who was fond of wasting his breath in battle. The reason he was talking was naturally to buy time for himself. If the old man from Doomsday City was included, he'd killed 4 emperors in succession, and practically all of them had been killed in an instant. Why was he able to accomplish that? Because he'd executed the ultimate version of death by a thought and executed Heavenrend at his current limits. Once they were enhanced by rebirth rank sword intent, they were horrifyingly strong. But they exhausted a huge amount of profound energy. Based on the current volume of profound energy he could store, he could only execute 4 ultimate death by a thoughts in succession. So, it could be said that 4 was his limit. Just like this very moment. Actually, there was no profound energy left within him. If they were to attack him now, then the only thing he could do was use his physical strength against them while waiting for his profound energy to recover. But his current physical strength was probably incapable of going against the joint forces of 4 emperors. Their expressions changed when they heard Yang Yi. This time, they didn't attack as they had before this. At this moment, they were truly quite terrified. Emperors! He'd killed emperors in an instant. Even their joint forces weren't sufficient to kill an emperor in an instant. You're not attacking? Yang Yi nodded and said, All right, then let's just talk. I just happen to have a few questions for all of you. They just gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi glanced at the battlefields in the distance. Presently, Dugu Jian and the others were in fierce battle with 4 emperors, but the situation wasn't promising for all of them. Because they were at a disadvantage. Especially Huan Kong and Lin Fan. Both of them had almost been killed on many occasions, and it was the same for the others. Something worth mentioning was that 4 members of the Sword Alliance were dead. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Could he lend them a hand? He could. But he couldn't do that. If they wanted to grow, they had to experience battles of life and death. Moreover, he could save them now, but he couldn't save them forever. So, they had to get through this by themselves. So long as they got through this, he was confident that many of them would definitely undergo a transformation. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the other 4 blue-robed old men. Actually, what happened today had nothing to do with all of you. I can't figure out why all of you just had to interfere. The old men had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. If it were before the battle, they would definitely feel that answering Yang Yi was beneath them. Yet now, they pondered deeply for a short while before an old man stepped forward. Our World Devastator cult made the rule that no power is allowed to destroy the current order on Dark Hell Continent. But you destroyed that order. It was Doomsday City who tried to crush my Sword Alliance first. Yang Yi chuckled. Are you telling me that only Doomsday City can crush us, but we can't crush them? The old man remained silent. If it was before the battle, he would have said yes. Because the World Devastator cult had the largest fist. So, would it have to reason with anyone? It wouldn't. The World Devastator cult always spoke with its strength. Yet now, he didn't dare to say yes. Because Yang Yi's fist was the largest. At least it was right now. Yang Yi continued. As soon as the forces of your World Devastator cult arrived, you immediately ordered the annihilation of everyone in my Sword Alliance. Needless to say, your World Devastator cult really acts arrogantly and domineeringly. I'm not one who likes to waste my breath, but now that it has come up to this, we have no way out of this conflict. Since we have no way out, then it depends on who's the strongest. Your World Devastator cult is the #1 power on the continent, and I'd like to see if you can destroy my Sword Alliance. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, Since it's like that, then let's leave the matter as it is for now, and let's agree on a later date to engage in battle? He was no fool. Threatening Yang Yi right now was no different than courting death. The best choice right now is to return to the World Devastator cult first. Because they'd severely underestimated the Sword Alliance which had just risen to prominence on the continent. At a later date? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and seemed to be slightly tempted. The old man quickly spoke once more when he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be slightly tempted. I'm sure you've realized that continuing this battle isn't beneficial to your side or ours. We can cease fighting for now. As for whether we'll fight or negotiate will depend on our cult master and your wishes, what you said. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Does make some sense? The old man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then shall we leave now? Wait. Yang Yi continued. I have a few more questions. I'm quite curious about the World Devastator cult. I really want to know how many emperors you have, so... Suddenly, the old man standing in front of Yang Yi spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. Are you trying to buy time? Oh my! I've been found out. This won't do. I have to kill you to keep you quiet. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down. The space in the area beneath him shook violently while Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Chapter 1203 The first to attack will be the first to die. Chapter 1203 The first to attack will be the first to die. Yang Yi was behind the old man when his figure appeared again. Hiss! A moment of silence ensued before a string of blood sprayed out from the center of the old man's forehead. At the moment before he died, his eyes were still filled with shock and a trace of terror. Yang Ye's attack was too swift. It was so swift that even he couldn't avoid it. Another emperor was dead. After they recovered from their shock, the other three attacked decisively. They knew that Yang Yi would definitely not spare them. Under such circumstances, they would be fools if they still held on to any hope that he would. Presently, the only way for them to live was to fight desperately with their lives on the line. Once Snowy finished absorbing the spirit energy within the old man, Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the corpse away. After that, he charged at the other old men. At the same time, a ray of sword energy swept through the sky. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded through the sky. This time, Yang Yi was at a complete disadvantage while being besieged by the three emperors. It wasn't surprising because Yang Yi was just a saint and not a god. While he seemed to have instantly annihilated emperors with ease, time after time again, all of those were done with the strongest attack he could execute. Executing the ultimate version of death by a thought didn't cripple him like it had in the past, but his profound energy was still a huge problem. Every single executing practically exhausted a quarter of his profound energy. Even if he used violet crystals to recover his profound energy, there wasn't a thread of it left within him. Presently, Yang Yi wasn't using his sword, he was using his physical strength. The fire dragon gauntlets appeared on Yang Yi, and every single punch he swung caused ripples to surge through space. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky as an emperor struck Yang Yi's chest and blasted him flying. He doesn't have any profound energy left. Kill him! One of the emperor's figure transformed into a ray of light and shot towards Yang Yi. Moreover, he was accompanied by the other two emperors as he charged forward. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He tossed a few violet crystals into his mouth before stretching his right hand forward and clenched it. In an instant, the space around him cracked apart, and then he slammed his fist forward. Bang! A strand of terrifying force surged out like a torrent from Yang Yi's fist. The emperor's expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi could actually execute such a terrifying attack after he exhausted all his profound energy, so they were immediately caught off guard. But they were emperors in the end, so it only took a moment for them to regain their composure and slap their palms forward in unison. Bang! 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 The space throughout the area shook violently, and then it started cracking. At this moment, the three emperors were 3 kilometers away from Yang Yi while slightly unsightly expressions covered their faces. Moreover, there was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of their mouths. As for Yang Yi who stood before them, he had a wisp of blood flowing down the corner of his mouth as well. The three of them stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, one of them said, "Kill!" The 3 old men immediately shot forward towards Yang Yi. They were still on the way towards him when 2 energy palms and an energy fist slammed down at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. The 3 old men's expressions changed drastically when they saw that, and then they forcefully stopped themselves in midair and retreated to where they were just a few moments ago. At the same time, numerous profound energy barriers and their auras surged out from within them. Besides that, 2 of them even withdrew shields. They gazed at Yang Yi as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yang Yi had a grin on his face as he said, "Which one of you is going first?" Their faces tensed up, and none of them dared to attack. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from afar. The 3 emperors turned towards the source of the cry, and they saw an arm flying off from the emperor who was in battle with Dugujian. After that, countless rays of light shot towards that emperor. Their expressions changed slightly at the sight of this, and they were about to lend that emperor a hand. However, A strand of sword intent suddenly pressed down upon them. Their expressions changed slightly in response while they looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi still had a smile on the corners of his mouth. The first to attack will be the first to die. H! A shrill cry resounded from afar. Yang Yi and the three old men looked towards its source, and they saw that the Emperor in battle with Dugu Jian was covered in injuries while spirit energy was seeping out slowly from within him. As soon as the spirit energy emerged from that Emperor, Snowy immediately sucked all of it away. An Emperor had fallen. The old men's expressions grew unsightly. Yang Yi glanced at Dugu Jian, and he was shocked when he saw Dugu Jian. At this moment, Dugu Jian's countenance was ghastly pale while blood was spraying incessantly from both his mouth and chest. Especially his chest. It was like a fountain of blood. However, his eyes were filled with excitement, happiness, and the blazing desire to fight. Dugu Jian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I've killed an emperor!" As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Jian cracked a smile before his figure crashed down from midair. But it didn't take long for an intense sword to appear beneath him and carry him slowly into the city. Yang Yi waved his right hand and instantly took the corpse of that emperor whom Dugu Jian had just killed, and then his gaze moved to Qin Zhuyao. At this moment, she was still in a disadvantaged position, but she didn't panic. Moreover, she hadn't suffered many injuries. Conversely, that emperor before her had a few holes on his body. Yang Yi nodded to himself because Qin Zhuyao was very skilled at finding her opponent's weak points. Even though the strength of that emperor far surpassed her, he had quite a few weak points. It seemed like it was due to the fact that he was impatient and wanted to kill her as soon as possible, so he was attacking quite hastily. Yet, he didn't realize that it gave Qin Zhuyao opportunities. "Sword wave!" Suddenly, Qin Zhuyao shouted coldly as she approached that emperor, and then she took her sword in both hands before stabbing it down swiftly. Countless rays of strange sword energy suddenly appeared around her and that emperor. Why was it described as strange? Because it was indistinct. But it didn't take long for the sword energy to start rippling like a wave. Moreover, it wasn't just the sword energy that was rippling, even the space in the vicinity was rippling. Hiss! Countless rays of dazzling sword energy enveloped them. Suddenly, a muffled groan resounded from within the rays of sword energy, and it made Yang Yi frown because it was Qin Zhuyao's voice. Bang! A beautiful figure was blasted away from within the dazzling glow of the sword energy. It was Qin Zhuyao. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and an intense sword appeared below Qin Zhuyao before sending her into the city. Qin Zhuyao's countenance was ghastly pale, while blood flowed out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. Moreover, her right arm was gone. She turned around to glance at Yang Yi, and then her head tilted to the side as she fainted. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the sword energy at the other side. It had just dispersed when Snowy emerged from his chest and inhaled. Qin Zhuyao had won. Even though she'd paid a heavy price, she'd won. Yang Yi was confident that after she killed an emperor today, Qin Zhuyao would undergo a transformation in both her strength and mentality. Once Snowy finished absorbing the spirit energy, Yang Yi waved his right hand and instantly put the corpse away. After that, he gazed at the other three old men who had unsightly expressions on their faces. "Want to make a move?" They stared fixedly at Yang Yi while one of them said, "The enmity between you and our World Devastator cult is irreconcilable now." A smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "I'll accompany you until the end." The old man stared at Yang Yi. "You think you're very strong?" Yang Yi replied. "Killing you isn't a problem." The old man nodded. "I have to admit that you really are very strong, but you're all alone. Right? We severely underestimated your strength today and suffered a loss. But don't worry, we won't underestimate you again. Once you see our World Devastator cult's true strength, you'll realize how tiny and laughable you are." Yang Yi gazed at the old man and chuckled. "Do you know how strong I really am?" Before the old man could reply, Yang Yi added, "Don't threaten me. I'm serious. What have I not experienced in my life? I, Yang Yi, had no intention to cause trouble when I arrived here, but it doesn't represent that I'm afraid of trouble. Doomsday City wanted to destroy my Sword Alliance. Now, I've destroyed them. Yet your World Devastator cult seeks to destroy my Sword Alliance now. Don't worry, you'll suffer the same consequences as Doomsday City. How laughable! There was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of the old man's mouth. Your very strong and ordinary emperors aren't a threat to you. But what about those above the emperor realm? Young man, this world is huge. The experts in this world are far more numerous than you think, and they're far strong as well. Don't start thinking that you're invincible after gaining a little strength. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he took a deep breath and said, I've recovered 50% of my profound energy. The three old men's eyelids twitched, and then the old man who spoke with Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he ordered, Retreat. As soon as he gave the order, the three of them turned around and vanished on the spot. As for the other two emperors who were fighting the other members of the Sword Alliance, they vanished on the spot as well. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged from Yang Ye's chest, and she pointed at his stomach before pointing towards the distance. She seemed to be saying that since his profound energy had recovered, then why did he let them go? After all, she could absorb so much spirit energy once he killed them. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and smiled. Actually, I lied to them. I haven't even recovered 10% of my profound energy. Chapter 12:04 The War Has Just Begun. Chapter 12:04 The War Has Just Begun. He was deceiving them, of course. Even though violet crystals could recover profound energy swiftly, it was impossible for it to recover 50% of his profound energy in a short period. Actually, those three emperors had been scared by Yang Yi. If they calmed down a little, they would realize that Yang Yi was just scaring them. However, the last line of defense in their hearts had completely collapsed after watching Yang Yi kill a few emperors in an instant. So, they'd decisively chosen to flee when they saw Yang Yi hold his sword again. No one dared to face Yang Yi while he had a sword in hand. Yang Yi wanted to kill them as well, but he couldn't accomplish that right now. His profound energy wasn't sufficient. If he was facing just a single emperor, then relying solely on his physical strength would be sufficient. But if it was against a few emperors, his current physical strength was utterly insufficient to kill 3 emperors. So, he had no choice but to scare them away. Because if he didn't, he wouldn't just be in danger, the remaining members of the Sword Alliance might die in battle. After all, he'd been paying attention to the situation and the surroundings, and he noticed that Huan Kong, Lin Fan, and the others weren't able to hold on for much longer. Even though they dared to face emperors and fight emperors to death, their strength was still a problem. Even though Yang Yi wanted the Sword Alliance's members to grow, he wouldn't make them die for nothing. All of them had been able to fight emperors today, so he was confident that they would definitely obtain great gains. These gains won't just be reflected in their strength, it would be reflected in their mentality as well. Sorry! Meanwhile, Huan Kong, Lin Fan, and the others walked over to Yang Yi. There had been 35 of them, yet now, besides Du Gujian and Qin Zhuyao, only 26 remained here. In other words, 7 of them had fallen in battle. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, There's nothing to be sorry about. Remember that it's your own lives, and you'll be the ones to die if you aren't strong enough. So, you don't have to feel a sense of responsibility to me, you should feel it towards yourself. After this, I'll set a training plan. All of you and even I have to grow stronger. They nodded in response. Yang Yi added, Record the names of our brothers that fell in battle. If they have family, then take good care of them. If they have none, then just bury them well. Huan Kong said, I'll see that it gets done. Yang Yi nodded and said, Once you've done all of that, all of you should recuperate immediately. The war has just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure shot into Doomsday City. Doomsday City? The Sword Alliance didn't face any obstruction to take over the city while led by Yi Luyun. All the emperors of Doomsday City had been killed, so it couldn't resist the Sword Alliance at all. No one dared to object when faced with absolute strength. So, Doomsday City was practically under the Sword Alliance's control. The Sword Alliance was faced with a formidable enemy after just taking over Doomsday City, and that enemy was the #1 power of the continent, the World Devastator cult. Even though the Sword Alliance had won the battle, the hearts of everyone throughout the city felt heavy. Anyone from Dark Hell Continent knew the World Devastator cult. Many didn't know much about it, but they knew that it was very strong, extremely strong. It was obvious from how they'd send 10 emperors at once just now. But the Sword Alliance had just a single emperor. If Yan Yi and the others were included, then it could be considered to have 4 or 5 emperors at most. In short, their hearts felt heavy and were filled with worry. In a room, Dugu Jian was flying before Yan Yi. Yan Yi placed his right hand on Dugu Jian's chest before strands of violet energy flowed out of his palm and entered Dugu Jian's body. Dugu Jian gazed at Yan Yi and said, "Emperors aren't that strong." Yan Yi nodded. "You can fight 10 next time." Dugu Jian was speechless. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly asked, "How strong are you?" Yan Yi replied, "You're that impatient to become the Sword Alliance's leader?" He replied, "I am eager, but I can't defeat you now." Yan Yi said, "Then work hard. Perhaps you'll be the leader of the Sword Alliance, one day." "I will," Dugu Jian continued. "You said that many at the same realm of cultivation are stronger than you. Is that true?" Yan Yi nodded. He hadn't forgotten the Nether Pavilion and those mad men and women on the Radiant Dimension's martial rankings. He met Yi Langxia and the Saber Monarch of the Radiant Dimension, and both of them could kill emperors. But they were merely ranked at the 7th and 10th position of the martial rankings. So, it was obvious how terrifying those in the top 3 were. Dugu Jian asked, "I'm still quite weak, right?" Yan Yi glanced at Dugu Jian. "Do you want the truth or a lie?" Dugu Jian answered, "The truth." Yan Yi gazed at Dugu Jian for a short while before he spoke. "You aren't just quite weak, you're extremely weak." The corners of Dugu Jian's mouth twitched. Yan Yi withdrew his hand and said, "The injuries on your internal organs are completely healed. Just consume some violet crystals, recuperate for a while, and you'll be fine. I'm going to have a look at Shu Yao." Yan Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. Dugu Jian gazed at the direction Yan Yi had left towards for a long time, and then he took a deep breath. "Work hard." In another room, Yan Yi gazed at Qin Zhuyao, who was lying before him. "You suffered external injuries while he suffered internal injuries. His were more severe, so I healed him first." He placed his right hand against Qin Zhuyao's stomach while he spoke, and then violet energy surged out from his palm. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao spoke abruptly. "Thank you?" Yan Yi glanced at her and was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "I fought an emperor in the past, but my end goal was to escape. Yet now, I didn't have such a thought. All I thought just now was that either he or I would die, and he died." "Thank you?" "Because if it wasn't for you, I would have never known that I could kill an emperor." Yan Yi said, "Every single one of us has enormous potential, and the potential we have is like a soaked piece of clothing. If you do all you can to squeeze it, you'll always be able to squeeze out more water. Perhaps this comparison isn't very suitable, but it's fine so long as you understand what I mean." Qin Zhuyao gazed at him and said, "You always force yourself to extremes, right?" Yan Yi pondered deeply for a short moment before he spoke. "I joined a sect when I was young, but I was reduced to a labored disciple because of some problems. However, I didn't give up. I persisted at all times and forced myself to work harder at all times. I'm sure you've seen the results of that. Just think about it, if I had given in to despair or refused to force myself to work harder, what would the result be?" Qin Zhuyao gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I knew you weren't a simple person since the first time I met you. Because your eyes are filled with confidence. Your confidence isn't like the confidence that Dugu Jian or those idiots, Huan Kong and Lin Fan, possess. Their confidence is conceit at most times, but you're different. Your confidence is true confidence. It's confidence that you have control over everything." Yan Yi chuckled. "Confidence comes from strength and experience. To be honest, you, Dugu Jian, and all the others have a limited view of the world. This world is huge. Understand? Qin Zhuao replied. I understand the principle, but I haven't experienced it myself. Yang Yi smiled. I'll take you to gain some experience in the future, all right? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Your strength is so extraordinary, so why are there no prior traces of you throughout Dark Hell Continent? Don't tell me that you wanted to make a name for yourself with a single brilliant feat, just like Dugujian. Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, Do you really want to know? She nodded. He replied, Actually, I'm from outside this world. Her pupils constricted, and her eyes were filled with shock. Yang Yi said, Do you believe me? She gazed at him for a short while before she nodded. I do. Yang Yi smiled. The world is so huge. Have you ever thought about having a look? No. She continued, because no one can accomplish that. Yang Yi said, Since no one can, then I'll be the first. What do you think? Qin Zhuao looked him in the eyes. Are you serious? Yang Yi nodded. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, All right. The world is so huge, so all of us can go have a look. Yang Yi withdrew his hand and flicked over 100 violet crystals to the side of her bed. Before you do that, recuperate first and grow even stronger. Otherwise, while the world is huge, we wouldn't be going to have a look at it, we would be going to give our lives away. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left the room. Once Yang Yi left, Qin Zhuao took a deep breath while a trace of fervor appeared in her eyes. The world outside. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground in his room while Snowy stood in front of him. Snowy hadn't grown larger, but her body was emanating a faint glow. Yang Yi held her by the ears and said, Since the battles began, you've absorbed the energy of 9 emperors. According to my estimations based on the previous emperors, you should produce around 10,000 violet crystals per emperor. In other words, you have 90,000 violet crystals right now. Right. Snowy blinked. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and said, Now, it's time to hand over the collections. Snowy raised her little claw and a single violet crystal appeared there. She waved it in front of Yang Yi before pointing her other claw at herself. She seemed to be saying that it belonged to her. Yang Yi's face darkened. This little fellow is actually starting to differentiate between hers and mine. This won't do. Yang Yi grabbed her in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Yours is mine, and mine is yours. Understand? Snowy blinked. Obviously, she didn't really understand him. Yang Yi kissed her on the forehead again and said, Let me keep them safe for you. You can ask me for them if you need them. All right? As he spoke, he withdrew a violet crystal, pointed lightly at Snowy before pointing at himself, and then he said, It's yours, but it's mine as well. Yours is mine, and mine is mine. Right, I mean mine is yours as well. Understand? As he spoke, he passed her the violet crystal in his hand. Snowy blinked. A short while passed before she withdrew a violet crystal and passed it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi hurriedly nodded and said, Right, that's what I mean. Snowy's eyes narrowed as she revealed a brilliant smile, and then she started waving her claws incessantly. After that, violet crystal after violet crystal rained down before Yang Yi. Chapter 12059 Emperor Realm Sword Servants. Chapter 12059 Emperor Realm Sword Servants. 90,000 violet crystals. Just as Yang Yi had expected, Snowy had created over 90,000 violet crystals after absorbing the spirit energy within 9 emperors. 90,000 violet crystals. Yang Yi gasped as he gazed at the pile of violet crystals before him. Even if he possessed abundant experience in life, he was still unable to maintain his composure. After all, not to mention in Dark Hell Continent, 90,000 violet crystals was an astronomical figure even in the Radiant Dimension. The Sword Alliance had its funds now. What was needed to establish a power? There were 2 things that were vital. One was human resources, and the second was money. The Sword Alliance had enough members, and not it had enough money. So long as the Sword Alliance was given time, it would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, Yan Yi knew that the Sword Alliance lacked time the most. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Yan Yi, pointed at the mountain of violet crystals, pointed at Yan Yi, and then pointed at herself. In the end, she wrapped her arms around Yan Yi's head and kissed him on the nose before transforming into a ray of white light that entered the area in front of his chest. Yan Yi rubbed his nose and chuckled, and then he waved his right hand to put the violet crystals away. After that, he said, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened and Yi Luyun walked in. "How's the situation in the city?" asked Yan Yi. The Sword Alliance had just occupied the city, so there would definitely be numerous problems. Moreover, the World Devastator cult had attacked just now, so the morale in the city was definitely shaky. He was quite worried that problems might arise. Even though he wasn't afraid of facing problems, he was afraid of wasting time. Time was the most precious thing to him right now. Yi Luyun replied, "Our morale is shaky, but fortunately it's still within control." She glanced at Yang Yi at this point and continued, "Have we really become enemies with the World Devastator cult?" Yang Yi smiled. "You're afraid of them as well?" "No one isn't," Yi Luyun continued. "It's a power that's quite mysterious, but every single time they act, it would be sufficient to deter the entire continent. Not to mention any other previous event, and just talk about today. They sent 11 emperors in one go. It's the only power throughout the continent that possesses such forces. Moreover, it's very likely for them to possess experts above the emperor realm, and the possibility of that is huge." Yan Yi nodded and replied, "You don't have to worry about that. You just have to manage the affairs within the city and the Sword Alliance. As for the external affairs, you have me. If you have to worry about the matters within and outside the city and the Sword Alliance, then I'm afraid that you might collapse." Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and said, "All right." She'd heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Yang Yi. After all, the Sword Alliance had just entered Doomsday City and there was a huge number of things to deal with. Just that placed an immense amount of pressure on her. Now, the Sword Alliance has become enemies with the World Devastator cult. Not to mention the others, even her heart was heavy when she thought about fighting the World Devastator cult. Fortunately, the worry in her heart had been alleviated. Because Yang Yi was very calm and composed. Since the moment she entered the room, what she feared the most was seeing Yang Yi with a frown and worry on his face. Fortunately, she hadn't. He was just as he'd always been, filled with confidence. That allowed her to truly heave a sigh of relief. Because if even Yang Yi couldn't stay calm and composed, then the Sword Alliance would truly be finished. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun and smiled. "Miss Yi," she suddenly said, "just call me Luyun." "All right." Yang Yi nodded. "Luyun, we're on the same side, so I don't want to keep anything from you. But it isn't the right time for me to tell you some things. In short, you just have to understand that even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up. So, place too much pressure on yourself. Just act as you normally would. Understand?" Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I'll deal with the affairs within the city and Sword Alliance. You don't have to worry about that." She withdrew a spatial ring and said, "There are over 20,000 violet crystals here. All of them were collected from the previous city governor's estate within the city." Yang Yi didn't take it and asked instead, "Around how many violet crystals do you need right now?" Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment and said, "At least 50,000. Many of our members will be able to attain substantial increases in their strengths with those violet crystals. Besides that, in order to complete many things in the Sword Alliance like your point system, all of them need violet crystals to be fully established. In short, if we want to become an enormous power with a complete system of its own, then we need a massive number of violet crystals." Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring over to her and said, "There are 50,000 violet crystals in there. You have 70,000 if the violet crystals you obtain from the city are included. Ask me if it still isn't enough." Yi Luyun didn't refuse it and took the spatial ring before she said, "Sword Master, that Emperor Realm puppet of yours," Yang Yi said, "he'll stay by your side from now on. He'll obey your commands and protect you as well. He hadn't summoned that sword servant back to his side even when he faced 5 emperors on his own, and it was naturally because of Yi Luyun. After all, she was extremely important right now, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Thank you. Yi Luyun bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Her strength wasn't very strong within the Sword Alliance. Even though she had Yang Yi's support, she lacked the ability to deter others, and her orders didn't always have the expected effect. But with an emperor obeying her commands, she could accomplish many things. Yang Yi said, "Go on with your work." Yi Luyun bowed slightly to him again, and then she turned around and left the room. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Xuan walked into his room. Yang Yi had slight surprise in his eyes as he gazed at her. "You've attained the quasi-emperor realm?" Nan Xuan walked over to Yang Yi and bowed respectfully. "Sword Master." Yang Yi's face froze. A short while passed before he said, "Why act like that?" Nan Xuan lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. "Don't you like that?" He walked over to her and rubbed her head. "Do you think I do?" She kept her head lowered, and she was drawing circles as she spoke softly. "I don't know," Yang Yi suddenly said. "Look at me." She hesitated for a moment before raising her head to look at him. However, it didn't take long for her to lower her head once more. She said, "How ugly!" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He shook his head, took her hand, and brought her to a chair before he said, "Nan Xuan, do you think I think of you as a friend or subordinate? Don't tell me that you don't know, and don't try to feign ignorance as well. Answer me seriously." Nan Xuan remained silent. As he watched her remain silent, Yang Yi suddenly felt quite uncomfortable. He took Nan Xuan's hand again and spoke softly. "Why are you acting like this today? Did I do something that hurt you?" She shook her head. "Nan Xuan, I won't be happy if you don't tell me anything," Yang Yi continued. "In my heart, I've always taken you to be a very good friend. I believe that it's the same for you. Right? Since we're such good friends, it's quite bad of you to keep things from me." She looked up at him and said, "You're so strong, yet I'm so weak." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he couldn't help but chuckle. "That's why you're unhappy? Can't I?" Nan Xuan clenched her fists, and was slightly angry. "Of course you can," Yang Yi continued. "But I don't really understand why you're angry because of that. Do you have such a strong desire to be stronger than me?" Nan Xuan nodded. "I do." Yang Yi was puzzled now. "Why?" She glanced at him and spoke softly. "Because I'll be able to bully you." Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, she added, "I like to bully you like I did in the past. Unfortunately, I'm no match for you now." Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, "You can still bully me. I promise that I won't fight back." She shook her head and said, "Gu Lan said that I can't do that. Because you're the sword master, so I have to be respectful." "Gu Lan." Yang Yi shook his head while a gentle gaze arose in his eyes. "Stupid fool. I never treated you as a subordinate, so why treat me as the sword master?" "Right." Nan Xuan blinked. "I seem to have suffered because of this." Yang Yi chuckled. Terribly. A smile curled up on Nan Xuan's face, and she gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, "Was I a little too capricious today?" Yang Yi nodded, and then Nan Xuan shot a slightly angry gaze at him. So he hurriedly added, "But I like this version of you." Nan Xuan was stunned, and then she asked, "Why?" "Because this is your true self." Yang Yi smiled. "But you can't act like that anymore. Because I'd be sad if you acted like that again." Nan Xuan glanced at him before she gave him a quick hug. "I'll work hard, very hard." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the room. Yang Yi grinned as he watched her leave, and then he waved his right hand and closed the room door. After that, he waved his right hand again before 9 corpses appeared before him. They were naturally the corpses of those 9 emperors that he'd collected during the previous battles. 9 Emperor Realm sword servants! The Sword Alliance's strength was actually extremely weak right now. especially when compared to the World Devastator cult. After all, it could casually dispatch 11 emperors, so how terrifying was such strength? Yan Yi didn't know exactly how strong the World Devastator cult was, but he knew that it was absolutely not something that the Sword Alliance could go against. However, he would be much more confident once he had 9 Emperor Realm Sword servants on his side. Yan Yi glanced at them and started to refine them. Chapter 1206 We don't attack unless we're attacked. Chapter 1206 We don't attack unless we're attacked. If it was before this, then refining Emperor Realm Sword servants, and especially when it was 9 of them, it would be absolutely impossible for him to succeed. After all, he'd almost completely exhausted himself from just refining one that day. Moreover, while he'd succeeded in the end, he'd gained success after experiencing countless failures. Yet now, he'd attained Rebirth Realm Sword intent, so refining sword servants at the Emperor Realm wasn't difficult anymore. In just less than a day, all the Emperor Realm Sword servants had been refined successfully. 9 emperors. Besides the mysterious World Devastator cult, the Sword Alliance's strength wasn't inferior to any other power on Dark Hell Continent. Sword Master Hall. Yi Luyun had modified the city governor's estate of Doomsday City and named it Sword Master Hall. It was where the Sword Alliance held meetings. In the hall, Yan Yi sat at the seat of the host while Yi Luyun, Du Jian and the others were seated on the seats below him. All of them were experts at the quasi-emperor realm. Yi Luyun, the other mercenaries, and the independent cultivators stood on the left. Du Jian and the others stood on the right. Yan Yi glanced at them before his gaze descended onto Yi Luyun. Has there been no movement from the Dark Sky sect and the World Devastator cult? Yi Luyun stepped forward and bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Both of them haven't shown any signs of movement. That's very unusual. Especially for the Dark Sky sect. After all, we killed 6 emperors of the World Devastator cult during the last battle. So, logically speaking, the Dark Sky sect should have stepped forward and said something, but it's being unusually calm. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun and asked, "What do you think?" She pondered deeply for a moment and replied, "There's only one reason why the Dark Sky sect is being so calm, they are confident." "Who can give them such confidence?" "The World Devastator cult, of course." "Sword Master, our Sword Alliance has risen to prominence too quickly and has acted too domineeringly. It has definitely caused Violet Thistle City, Frostwind City, and the Darkwater sect to feel fearful and uneasy. In other words, it's very likely for them to join forces." "They'll join forces." The expressions of everyone here instantly sank when they heard her. Just the World Devastator sect was already extremely terrifying. If the Dark Sky sect were to join forces with the Darkwater sect, Frostwind City, and Violet Thistle City against the Sword Alliance, then it would be equivalent to the Sword Alliance going against the strongest powers on the continent. Yan Yi glanced at the people here and said, "Are all of you afraid?" They remained silent. Yan Yi stood up and took a few steps forward. "Remember this, the tenet of our Sword Alliance is we don't attack unless attacked. But if we are attacked, then we kill. As for the Dark Sky sect, the World Devastator cult, and the others, if they attack us, then kill them." "Exactly." Huan Kong suddenly stepped forward. "The rise of our Sword Alliance makes it so that we would definitely enter into conflict with the World Devastator cult. As for the other diamond rank powers, they are the subordinates of the World Devastator cult. So, we have to get ready for our enemies and not try to be hopeful that nothing will happen." Yan Yi nodded slightly. "Presently, we really have to prepare for the worst. From this moment onward, no one from the Sword Alliance is allowed to leave without permission so as to prevent them from being targeted by the Dark Sky sect and World Devastator cult." "Understood." All of them bowed slightly to Yan Yi and spoke in unison. "There's one more thing." Meanwhile, Yi Luyun added, "The divine grade spirit vein that used to belong to Doomsday City is being quite rebellious. It has somehow prevented its spirit energy from seeping out, so I'll deal with it later." Yan Yi continued, "Everyone, a tough battle might be awaiting our Sword Alliance soon. I hope that all of you'll stay united and work together against our enemies. I don't like internal strife, and I hate it when anyone causes trouble for us at the critical moment. If I notice any of that, then I'm sorry, but don't blame me for showing no mercy." Their hearts shook when they heard Yang Yi. Even though Yang Yi seemed very amiable, they were very well aware that he wouldn't show any mercy when it came to killing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "As far as I'm concerned, if you want to enjoy success together, we should first go through adversity together. If you just want to enjoy wealth and success, yet refuse to share in the difficulties we face, then I'm sorry. My Sword Alliance doesn't welcome such people. Of course, I believe that all of you aren't such people, right?" Yang Yi glanced at them while he spoke. Even though Yang Yi didn't release his aura or sword intent, they still felt a wave of invisible pressure sweep down towards them. None of them hesitated to bow to Yang Yi and declare in unison, "We're willing to share the difficulties of the Sword Alliance." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Dugu Jian and Yi Luyan stay, the rest may leave." All the others turned around and left, leaving only Yi Luyan and Dugu Jian behind. Yang Yi gazed at Dugu Jian and said, "Luyan said that those diamond rank powers might join forces. Is the possibility of that high?" Dugu Jian nodded and said, "Very high. If the World Devastator cult interferes, then it wouldn't be just high, it would be certain." Yang Yi asked, "Is there any way to convince your father to not join forces with the World Devastator cult?" Dugu Jian pondered deeply for a short moment and said, "It's difficult, very difficult. But I'll try my best." Yang Yi nodded. "Once I'm done with the matters here, I'll head to Violet Thistle City with you." Yang Yi wasn't afraid of Violet Thistle City, but he didn't want to put Dugu Jian in a difficult spot. Moreover, if he could convince Violet Thistle City to enter into alliance with the Sword Alliance, then it would definitely be good news for the Sword Alliance. Dugu Jian glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. He didn't want Violet Thistle City to become enemies with the Sword Alliance as well. Besides his own personal reasons, there was one other reason. He didn't want Violet Thistle City to court death. Yang Yi was someone he still couldn't see through even now. It wasn't just Yang Ye's background, it was Yang Ye's strength as well. Yang Yi had killed 5 emperors on his own, and that was extremely terrifying. However, had Yang Yi really given it his all? Was that Yang Ye's full strength? If it wasn't, then how terrifying was his true strength? Based on the way Yang Yi did things, if Violet Thistle City went against the Sword Alliance, then Violet Thistle City would probably suffer a similar fate as Doomsday City. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun and said, "Let's go take a look at that spirit vein." She nodded before turning around and leaving. Yang Yi walked over to Dugu Jian and said, "Don't worry, your father will make a wise choice." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked out of the hall. Dugu Jian slowly clenched his fists while a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. At a spacious square, a huge white dragon was completely bound by countless black threads. Moreover, there were over 30 quasi-emperors standing around it, and ceaselessly fortifying the space around it. Yi Luyun spoke softly. "It's very swift. If it wasn't for the Emperor Realm puppet, it would have almost escaped." Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked towards the white dragon. Yi Luyun hurriedly followed him. When the two of them arrived before the white dragon, its huge eyes suddenly opened wide, and then an invisible wave of dragon pressure slammed down towards Yang Yi and Yi Luyun. However, it didn't take long for it to be dispersed. After that, the white dragon's pupils constricted while it fell flat on the ground and started shivering. Moreover, its eyes were filled with terror. That dragon pressure was a joke before Yang Ye's rebirth realm sword intent. Yang Yi gazed at the white dragon and asked, "I heard you've been very rebellious?" Yi Luyun was speechless. The white dragon gazed at Yang Yi while its eyes were filled with fear. Yang Yi took 2 steps forward and gazed at it as he said, "You have 2 choices. The first is to do as you've been doing before this. Stay here obediently. So long as you don't leave Doomsday City, I won't restrain your freedom. The other choice is for me to kill you. Which one will you choose?" The white dragon remained silent. "You refuse to choose?" Yang Yi chuckled. It didn't take long for a terrifying strand of sword intent to appear above the white dragon. Crack! The ground beneath the white dragon cracked open while its body started to warp from the pressure of Yan Ye's sword intent. Its body was gradually growing more and more flatter. It didn't take long for it to reveal a pleading expression. Yan Yi took a step back, and then the sword intent on the white dragon instantly vanished. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and the black threads that bound the white dragon instantly vanished. It had regained its freedom, but it didn't flee. Spirit veins at the divine grade possessed intelligence that weren't inferior to humans, so it knew that running no was no different than courting death. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at Yi Luyun. Don't restrict its freedom. It can move anywhere throughout the city. Yi Luyun nodded. At the same time, Yan Yi patted his chest, and it didn't take long for another white dragon to appear in front of Yan Yi. A divine grade spirit vein. Yi Luyun's pupils constricted. She glanced at the white dragon before looking at Yan Yi. That divine grade spirit vein really was in your possession. Yan Yi smiled, and then he gazed at the white dragons and said, I understand that both of you want to regain your freedom, but it's impossible for both of you to truly be free. You should be aware that the only way to be truly free is to advance to a higher grade. Perhaps both of you will be able to advance if you stay with us. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi turned around and walked away. 15 minutes later, Yan Yi and Dugu Jian left Doomsday City without alerting anyone. The other members of the Sword Alliance naturally couldn't be allowed to be aware of his departure. Otherwise, their morale would definitely be affected. It could be said that he was the backbone of the Sword Alliance, and the Sword Alliance would only remain in a stable state while he was there. Dugu Jian asked. What would we do if my father refuses to listen? Yan Yi gazed at Dugu Jian and asked. Can you defeat your father? Dugu Jian's face twitched. He hadn't expected that Yan Yi would ask such a question. He shook his head and said, Amongst the 3 cities, my Violet Thistle City is the stronger. Similarly, my father is the strongest amongst the 3 city governors. Right, besides that, my mother is extremely strong as well. She's even stronger than my father. She'd been able to kill not 1 but 2 emperors while at the quasi-emperor realm. Yan Yi asked. In other words, getting your mother on our side is equivalent to getting your father on our side? Dugu Jian said. Kind of. However, my mother never interferes in the external affairs of our city. Because my mother deals with the internal affairs of our family while my father deals with the external affairs. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, I have an idea. Dugu Jian asked. What? Yan Yi said. Your father is the city governor, and you're the junior city governor. So, why don't we do this? I'll beat your father up, and then you be the city governor. In that way, wouldn't everything be resolved perfectly? Dugu Jian was at a loss for words. Chapter 1207 You Go First. Chapter 1207 You Go First. Yan Yi spoke with slight excitement. What do you think? Dugu Jian hesitated for a moment and said, Isn't that quite treacherous? How pedantic! Yan Yi spoke seriously. How could that be considered as treacherous? Just think about it. What would you do if your father were to join forces with the World Devastator cult and go against our Sword Alliance? You'll definitely be put in a difficult position. Moreover, you should be aware of our Sword Alliance's strength. Perhaps we can't crush the World Devastator cult, but crushing the Dark Sky sect or Violet Thistle City shouldn't be a problem at all. Not to mention the strength of the entire Sword Alliance. Just I alone am sufficient to annihilate Violet Thistle City. Dugu Jian suddenly asked. How strong are you? I'm really quite curious. Yan Yi glanced at Dugu Jian and said, To be honest, unless it's an expert above the Emperor realm, otherwise, if I intend to assassinate someone, no one can possibly stop me. Dugu Jian sighed softly. Let's talk about that once we get to Violet Thistle City. I'll do my best to persuade that stubborn father of mine. Yan Yi nodded. If it was possible, he really did hope to draw Violet Thistle City over to his side. After all, one more friend was naturally better than another enemy. 2 hours later. Violet Thistle City. Violet Thistle City was at least 1.5 times larger than Doomsday City. The entire city was almost 1 kilometer above ground level, and the stone statues of ferocious demon beasts could be seen on its walls. There were lions, tigers, dragons, and even some other strange demon beasts amongst the stone statues. Moreover, all of them emanated a terrifying aura that could be sensed clearly even from thousands of kilometers away. Dugujian said, "My Violet Thistle City is stronger than Doomsday City, right?" Yan Yi pointed at the stone statues. "What are those?" "The Beast Soul Formation," Dugujian continued. "Every single stone statue contains the soul of a demon beast, and every single one of them was at the Emperor realm while they were alive. Even though they don't possess their past strength any longer, if the formation is activated, then the 108 stone statues on the city walls will form a powerful formation created from the souls of demon beasts. According to my father, it can even trap 20 emperors." Yan Yi nodded slightly. "Your Violet Thistle City is very strong and shouldn't be any weaker to the Dark Sky Sect, so why is it ranked below the Dark Sky Sect?" Dugujian replied. "Actually, our strength surpassed the two sects a long time ago. However, according to my mother, we should keep a low profile and develop well. It's fine so long as we don't get into trouble." Yang Yi smiled. "Your mother is an extraordinary individual." Dugujian nodded with strong agreement. "If it wasn't for my mother, our Violet Thistle City would definitely not be as strong as it is right now." "All right, let's enter the city." Yan Yi nodded. They'd only just arrived before the city when a surprised voice resounded from atop the city walls. "It's the junior city governor. Quickly open the gates. The #1 sword cultivator of our continent is back." Dugujian had a slightly embarrassed expression on his face when he heard this. Before this." Yan Yi smiled. "It's nothing. It was once my dream as well." Dugujian nodded, but he had quite an embarrassed expression on his face. He'd always thought that he was the #1 sword cultivator on the continent, but after he left Violet Thistle City and gained an understanding of the situation on the continent, he realized that he'd been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Bang! Meanwhile, the city gates cracked open, and then a cavalry in violet gold armor welcomed them while led by a middle-aged man. Yan Yi glanced at them and was quite surprised, because he noticed that their horses were actually at the Saint Realm. As for the cavaliers themselves, they were quasi-emperors. There were around 30 quasi-emperors here. Besides that, the middle-aged man who led the group was an emperor. Yan Yi thought to himself, "Violet Thistle City is much stronger than I expected." "Kid, you're finally back." The middle-aged man walked over to Dugujian and smiled. "But why haven't I heard the name, Dugujian, resound through the continent? I remember you saying that the entire continent would be shaking beneath your name once you return." Dugujian's face darkened. He glanced at Yan Yi, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Yan Yi's expression hadn't changed. He turned around to gaze at the middle-aged man before he said, "Uncle Ming, let me introduce you to him, my big brother." "Big brother?" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Yan Yi. Meanwhile, Yan Yi nodded slightly to the middle-aged man. "Big brother?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yan Yi and Dugujian as he repeated the same question once more, and he seemed to be in slight disbelief. Dugujian nodded. "I just acknowledged him as my big brother. Let's head into the city. My big brother, and I have some business with my father." The middle-aged man turned around to size up Yan Yi when he heard Dugujian admit it, and he seemed to want to see through Yan Yi. Yan Yi nodded once more to the middle-aged man, and then he gazed at Dugujian. "Let's go." Dugujian nodded and led Yan Yi into the city. The middle-aged man frowned as he watched Yan Yi and Dugujian leave. He acknowledged someone as his big brother, and it's even a saint. Has that kid gone mad from being so obsessed with the sword? In the city, Yan Yi was sizing it up the surroundings incessantly, and he was quite shocked. There were many people in the city, and all of them weren't weak. At this moment, they were sizing up both him and Dugujian, but most were sizing him up. "My mother is amazing!" Dugu Jian continued. She managed the city perfectly. Actually, my father's prestige in the city isn't even as great as hers, on my occasions. Yan Yi nodded. He knew that he couldn't become enemies with Violet Thistle City, or it would be a very troublesome enemy. A united Violet Thistle City was definitely extremely troublesome to deal with. Moreover, he didn't want to put Dugu Jian in a difficult position. At this moment, Dugu Jian was a member of the Sword Alliance, so if Violet Thistle City and the Sword Alliance were to enter into battle, then Dugu Jian would definitely be the one in the worst position. Dugu Jian. Suddenly, a young man appeared in the distance. He wore violet clothes and held a sword in his grasp. At this moment, he was looking at Dugu Jian with a hostile gaze. Yan Yi asked, "Who's he?" Dugu Jian replied, "My cousin brother who's younger to me, Xiaoyun. He cultivates in the sword just like me." Yan Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when Xiaoyun suddenly drew his sword and transformed into a ray of light that shot at Dugu Jian. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian grunted coldly, drew his sword, and tapped it forward. A few dozen rays of sword energy shot forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Dugu Jian took around 10 steps back while Xiaoyun took around 10 steps back as well. Void rank sword intent. There was a trace of surprise in Yang Ye's eyes. He hadn't expected that Xiaoyun actually possessed void rank sword intent as well. This aroused Yan Ye's interest and gazed at Xiaoyun. Eh? Eh? Dugu Jian and Xiaoyun exclaimed at the same time, and then they gazed at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Xiaoyun said, "You've grown stronger." Dugu Jian sized up Xiaoyun and said, "You've grown stronger as well." Again. As soon as Xiaoyun finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, Dugu Jian waved his hand and said, "We'll have a chance to fight later. I have important matters to attend to, so move aside for now." Xiaoyun laughed coldly. "You have important matters to attend to? You aren't afraid, right? Would I even fear you?" Dugu Jian said. "Just think about who lost the most in the past." "That was in the past." Xiaoyun continued. "Dugu Jian, let me tell you that my strength improved tremendously lately. This time, I'll definitely beat you up until even Uncle and Aunt can't recognize you." He was about to attack when he spoke up to this point, but a voice suddenly resounded from afar. "Yuner, this isn't the way to entertain guests. Little Jian, bring your friend in." "An emperor!" Yan Yi looked towards the distance while Dugu Jian said, "It's my father." Yan Yi nodded, and then he started walking forward with Dugu Jian. Yan Yi suddenly glanced at Xiaoyun when he arrived in front of Xiaoyun, and the latter immediately glared at Yan Yi. "What are you looking at? Are you looking for a beating?" Yan Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly walked over to Xiaoyun and said, "Out of consideration for my uncle, I'll be a good person this time. I'm serious, cousin brother, keep a low profile." As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Jian turned around and walked over to Yan Yi. "Big brother, let's go. Don't pay any attention to that fellow." Yan Yi nodded, and then his figure flashed and vanished with Dugu Jian. "Big brother?" Xiaoyun frowned, and then he followed them. In a hall, a middle-aged man in violet robes was seated at the seat of the host. He seemed to be around the age of 40, and there was a dignified expression on his face. A beautiful woman in palace clothes was behind the middle-aged man, and her expression was calm as she gazed at Yan Yi. The middle-aged man gazed at Yan Yi and asked, "You're that fellow Yan Yi?" Yan Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly said, "He's my big brother!" "Big brother?" The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected him to say that. The middle-aged man reconfirmed. "You acknowledged him as your big brother?" Dugu Jian nodded. "Father, we came here to discuss something with you," the middle-aged man asked. "It's about Doomsday City?" Dugu Jian was surprised. "You know?" The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "Wouldn't I be a useless father if I was unaware when something so serious occurred?" Dugu smiled with embarrassment. He was just about to speak when the beautiful woman suddenly said, "Jianer, come over here." Dugu Jian glanced at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi nodded with a smile on his face. There was a flash of an apologetic gaze in Dugu Jian's eyes before he walked over to the beautiful woman. He pointed at Yang Yi and started to speak with the woman in a low voice. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. I heard you kill emperors like dogs? Yang Yi said. More or less, the middle-aged man replied. I don't really believe it, Yang Yi said. I came here to discuss something with City Governor Dugu. The middle-aged man replied. I want to see how strong you are. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, Then make your move. You think you're worthy of making Uncle attack you? Suddenly, Xiaoyun walked in, and he walked over to Yang Yi before he said, Dugu Jian is getting worse as time passes. He actually acknowledged a saint as his big brother. He turned around to gaze at Dugu Jian at this point, and he said, Don't tell anyone that you're my cousin brother anymore. I can't afford to suffer such humiliation. Dugu Jian was speechless. Yang Yi glanced at Xiaoyun, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man. You want him to fight me? The middle-aged man said. You wouldn't be unable to fight him, right? Yang Yi nodded slightly and gazed at Xiaoyun. Make your move. You go first. Xiaoyun spoke coldly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to make a move. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian shook his head and spoke softly. Cousin brother, you have my prayers. Chapter 1208 Cousin brother, stop embarrassing yourself. Chapter 1208 Cousin brother, stop embarrassing yourself. Xiaoyun gazed at Yang Yi while he placed his hands behind his back, and he seemed to be telling Yang Yi to feel free to attack. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said, Then I'm really going to attack? Xiaoyun raised 3 fingers. 3 moves! I'll let you execute 3 moves so as to prevent others from saying that my Violet Thistle City bullied you. The corners of Dugu Jian's mouth twitched, and he turned his head away because he couldn't bear to watch. Yang Yi shook his head and took a step forward. Even though it was just a step, the expressions of the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman had changed drastically. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Xiaoyun's mouth when he saw Yang Yi step forward, and a strand of sword intent surged out from within him. However, it had only just emerged when it instantly dispersed. Xiaoyun was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Xiaoyun and slammed his fists forward. Bang! Xiaoyun was blasted flying. Yang Yi hadn't used much strength, so Xiaoyun's figure stopped after moving just around 100 m back. You! Xiaoyun gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. How could my sword intent possibly vanish? Yang Yi glanced at Xiaoyun. You've lost. Lost? Xiaoyun suddenly drew his sword with his right hand while stomping his right foot against the ground. His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. He was extremely swift and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up while a trace of shock could be seen in his eyes. As for the beautiful woman behind him, her beautiful brows had knit slightly together. Because Xiaoyun's sword had been caught between Yang Yi's index and middle finger. Yang Yi shook his head and exerted a little force. Wham! The sword shook violently while Xiaoyun was blasted over 300 m away before finally colliding with the wall. Xiaoyun glanced at his sword before he looked up at Yang Yi, and he muttered. How could this be possible? He was about to attack again when Dugu Jian suddenly appeared before him. Cousin brother, stop embarrassing yourself. However, Xiaoyun paid no attention to Dugu Jian. His figure transformed into an arc of light that shot towards Yang Yi. The arc of light was extremely sharp while enhanced by his void-rank sword intent, and he was as swift as a bolt of lightning. However, the sword energy and the light it emanated actually dispersed in an instant before it even arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Xiaoyun, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiaoyun by the throat. Astonishment filled Xiaoyun's eyes because he hadn't expected himself to actually be unable to fight back at all. Yang Yi gazed at Xiaoyun for a short while, and then he released his grasp and took 2 steps back. Even though you possess void rank sword intent, it's not very condensed, and your character is bad. You get a bad rating from me. As he spoke, Yang Yi turned to look at the middle-aged man. Has my strength obtained City Governor Duga's acknowledgement now? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, The young truly are formidable. I, Dugu Tianwei, have had my eyes opened. He glanced at Dugu Jian and Xiao Yun, who was still dejected. Both of you leave! Dugu Jian was slightly hesitant. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman spoke abruptly. Jianer, take Yuner to rest. Dugu Jian didn't dare to disobey the beautiful woman. He immediately nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. No matter what, I'm part of the Sword Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Xiao Yun with him as he left the hall. Now, only 3 were left in the hall. Dugu Tianwei said, Jianer is a proud person that never acknowledges anyone else as superior, but he acknowledged you as his big brother. To be honest, I'm really curious about you. I'd sent someone to investigate you before you even came, and I believe that my Violet Thistle City wasn't the only one. All the powers throughout the continent, and even the World Devastator cult is investigating you. However, it's like you just appeared out of nowhere, and we know nothing about your true identity and background. Yang Yi said, I think all of that isn't important. I came here to find out if City Governor Dugu wants to be my Sword Alliance's friend or enemy. I personally hope you become my Sword Alliance's friend. Dugu Tianwei replied. I can tell you with certainty that the World Devastator cult, Dark Sky Sect, the Dark Water Sect, and Frostwind City have joined forces. Actually, just the World Devastator cult isn't something that your Sword Alliance can deal with. So, if I'm to be honest, asking my Violet Thistle City to become allies with your Sword Alliance is like asking my Violet Thistle City to ask for destruction. Yang Yi looked Dugu Tianwei in the eyes and said, If you join forces with the World Devastator cult, you'll still die, and you'll die even sooner. Dugu Tianwei replied. You're very confident. Yang Yi said. I'm only here because of Dugu Jian. Because he's a member of my Sword Alliance, and he would be put in a difficult position if we become enemies. Of course, I hope Violet Thistle City will stand on my Sword Alliance's side. However, if you insist on choosing the World Devastator cult, that's fine as well. After all, I have numerous enemies already, so it doesn't matter even if I have one more. You truly are very confident. Dugu Tianwei looked Yang Yi in the eyes. You're very strong indeed, and you possess the strength to kill emperors. However, there aren't just emperors in this world. Besides that, not every single emperor is as weak as those emperors whom you've killed. Just like how not every single saint is as strong as you. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. There are many experts, and I've always understood that. Now, I just want to know what City Governor Dugu thinks. If you choose the Sword Alliance, then we're allies from this moment onward. If you choose the World Devastator cult, then we're enemies from now. I don't really like you. Dugu Tianwei looked Yang Yi in the eyes. You're too domineering. Yang Yi replied. I'm just comparatively straightforward and dislike wasting my breath. Dugu Tianwei said. I see no hope on the Sword Alliance's side. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I understand. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Wait. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian spoke abruptly. Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at Dugu Tianwei. What? Dugu Tianwei replied. Based on my investigations, you're the strongest in the Sword Alliance, and it can be said that you're the reason that the Sword Alliance is strong. If you die, the Sword Alliance would collapse in an instant. Right. Yang Yi chuckled. City Governor Dugu, you intend to kill me? Dugu Tianwei replied. The thought did cross my mind. Yang Yi looked Dugu Tianwei in the eyes and said, Allow me to be honest. Your strength is probably insufficient. Not to mention you, even all the experts throughout Violet Thistle City wouldn't be able to stop me from leaving. Dugu Tianwei was about to speak when the beautiful woman behind him shot forward at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he slammed his right fist forward. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yan Yi moved around 30 back while blood-red claw marks appeared on his fist. Yan Yi looked up. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then sharp whistling resounded by his ears. It was swift. Her attack was too swift. It was so swift that even Yan Yi couldn't see it clearly. A palm slammed against Yan Ye's chest. Bang! Yan Yi frowned as he moved around 30 back again. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had returned to where she stood just now, and she gazed at Yan Yi and said, "The facts prove that we're not as weak as you imagined." Yan Yi glanced at his chest. There was a blood-red palm print there. After that, he raised his head to gaze at her. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The ray of light was fine, extremely fine to the point it was even finer than a thread. It was a sign of absolute speed. At the moment Yan Ye's figure vanished, both Dugu Tianwei and the beautiful woman's pupils had constricted. It was especially so for the woman. She'd practically instantly spread her palms open when Yan Ye's figure vanished, and then she twisted them slightly as she slammed them forward. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the hall. A short while later, only absolute silence remained here. At this moment, Yan Yi was in front of the beautiful woman in palace clothes. As for his sword, it was pressed against the center of her forehead. Dugu Tianwei was horrified, but he didn't dare to move a muscle. The beautiful woman was looking at Yan Yi, but her gaze wasn't calm as it was before. There was only shock in her eyes. Yan Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he withdrew his sword and said, "To be honest, while both of you are much stronger than ordinary emperors, but if I wanted to kill you, then it would actually just make me waste a little more profound energy than normal. Out of consideration for Dugu Jian, I've held back this time. However, I won't do it again. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi turned around and started walking towards the exit. Suddenly, Dugu Tianwei spoke. "Our Violet Thistle City won't interfere in the enmity between the Sword Alliance and World Devastator cult." Yan Yi stopped and turned around to gaze at Dugu Tianwei. "That's for the best. But City Governor Dugu, would the World Devastator cult spare you if you refused to side with them? Even if they don't act against you now, what about after they've crushed our Sword Alliance?" Dugu Tianwei's expression grew slightly unsightly. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman spoke. "If you want our Violet Thistle City to become allies with your Sword Alliance, then show us your Sword Alliance's strength. If it only has you, then I'm sorry, but we'll take the World Devastator cult's side." When she spoke up to this point, she walked over to Yan Yi and said, "You're very strong indeed. But no matter how strong you are, can you defeat 10 emperors on your own? Even if you can, but can you fight 20? Not to mention the World Devastator cult, just the 2 cities and 2 sects can bring together a force of over 20 emperors. So what about when the World Devastator cult is included as well?" Yan Yi looked her in the eyes for a short while before he said, "What if I crush the World Devastator cult first?" Chapter 1209 I'm Not Afraid. Chapter 1209 I'm Not Afraid. Crush the World Devastator cult first? Dugu Tianwei and the beautiful woman's expressions changed upon hearing Yan Yi. A short while passed before she gazed at Yan Yi and said, "Are you sure that you're not joking?" Yan Yi replied, "That's what I think, and it's what I plan to do." She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "The World Devastator cult's true strength has always been a mystery. Because no power or person has ever been able to make them become truly serious. If I'm to be honest, then not to mention you, even the joint forces of your Sword Alliance, the 2 cities, and the 2 sects might not be able to harm them. Nothing is impossible." Yan Yi continued. "Allow me to say one final thing. The World Devastator cult is a power that seeks hegemony. Those who obey live, those who disobey die. If you try to avoid Whirlpool, then it'll only result in your Violet Thistle City offending both sides." The beautiful woman looked Yan Yi in the eyes and said, "But I don't think your Sword Alliance has any hope. He's Senior Jian Wuji's successor." Suddenly, a voice resounded from outside the hall. The three of them looked up and saw an old man walking in. It was Jiansu. Senior Jiansu? Dugu Tianwei and the beautiful woman hurriedly went over to greet him, and they bowed slightly to him with a rather respectful expression on their faces. Yang Yi gazed at Jiansu while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, Jianxu glanced at Yang Yi and said, I just happened to pass by when they were being pursued by enemies many years ago, and I helped them. Right, I was the one who left behind those inheritances in the sword Dao to Dugu Jian and Xiao Yun. Yang Yi nodded. So that's why. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman suddenly asked, Senior Jiansu, you said that he's Senior Jian Wuji's successor? Jiansu glanced at her and said, Have you not sensed it? His sword intent is above the void rank. He gazed at Yang Yi while he finished speaking. Yang Yi nodded slightly. A moment later, a strand of terrifying sword intent appeared within the hall. As soon as it appeared, Dugu Tianwei, the beautiful woman, and even Jiansu's expressions changed slightly. After all, Jiansu was a sword cultivator, and it was the most suppressive and restrictive to him. It didn't take long for the sword intent to vanish. As soon as it did, the three of them instantly heaved sighs of relief in their heart. After all, Rebirth Realm sword intent was something that could completely suppress the auras of emperors. The beautiful woman glanced at Yang Yi while a trace of complicated emotions could be seen in her eyes. There were rumors that your sword intent had surpassed the void rank, but I never expected it to be true. No wonder Jianer acknowledged you as his big brother. You're probably the #1 sword cultivator on this continent right now. Meanwhile, Jiansu said, Tianwei, little girl Xiao, I'm not here to persuade you to join forces with the Sword Alliance. Because I know that the Sword Alliance's strength is really incapable of going against the World Devastator cult. But, he pointed at Yang Yi before he pointed, I think that you should think about the Sword Alliance. You should think about him. Just think about it. He's only a saint right now, but he can defeat emperors without any problems. So what if he attains the Emperor realm? The beautiful woman and Dugu Tianwei's expressions changed when they heard this. Right. He's already able to kill emperors, so what if he attained the Emperor realm? Just the thought of it was extremely terrifying. A long time passed before the woman gazed at Jiansu and asked, Senior, are you standing on the Sword Alliance's side? Kind of. Jiansu glanced at Yang Yi while he spoke. I want this kid to help me with some things, but I don't like to owe others. So, I'll make him owe me first. In that way, it wouldn't be difficult for me to ask him for help. The beautiful woman fell silent for a long time before she said, Allow us to think for a while, all right? Of course. Jiansu nodded, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi understood what he meant and immediately left the hall with Jiansu. Once Yang Yi left, Dugu Tianwei suddenly asked, Yue, what do you think about him? She spoke in a low voice. An extraordinary genius. If he's able to get through this battle, then he'll definitely become a peerless expert in the future. Even if he can't compare to Jian Wuji, he would absolutely not be someone that any power can go against. Dugu Tianwei sighed softly. I'd intended to live my life in peace, but the heavens just wouldn't let me. Xiao Yu looked outside the hall while a trace of complicated emotions arose in her eyes. If I'm not wrong, then the World Devastator cult should be here soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of black light suddenly shot through the sky before a gray-robed man appeared in the hall. The gray-robed man waved his right hand, and a scroll flew over to Dugu Tianwei. The cult leader has given the order for all the emperors of Violet Thistle City to gather at the Dark Sky sect. No delay will be tolerated. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed man's figure shook slightly before vanishing on the spot. Dugu Tianwei glanced at the scroll and said, They're still as domineering as always. As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiao Yu. Which side should we choose? Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. In a room. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while the violet energy within him was ceaselessly tempering the meridians and bones within him. Presently, Yang Yi would utilize his violet energy to temper his meridians and bones whenever he had the opportunity. It was actually very easy for him to advance in his cultivation within this world that had no eye of the heaven Tao. All it took was sufficient spirit energy. However, he didn't dare to rashly advance his realm of cultivation before consolidating his foundation. Late at night, the door to Yan Ye's room was suddenly pushed open and Dugujian walked in. Yan Yi opened his eyes and looked at Dugujian. Dugujian walked over to Yan Yi while a trace of anxiety could be seen in his eyes. "Big brother, leave right now," Yan Yi asked. "What's wrong?" Dugujian shook his head. "Don't say anything. Just leave," Yan Yi asked. "They've chosen the World Devastator cult?" Dugujian nodded. "More or less. Practically everyone sought to side with the World Devastator cult during the meeting just now. Moreover, some even suggested to surround and kill you. In short, just leave quickly. You might be besieged if you still don't leave. I know that you're extremely strong, but you really don't have to stay here and fight to the death." Yan Yi glanced at Dugujian while a trace of gratification flashed through his eyes. He patted Dugujian's shoulder lightly before walking out of the room. Once he left the room, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Dugujian looked up into the sky while a slightly complicated expression filled his eyes. At a certain corner, a gray-robed old man looked up at the sky, and he withdrew his gaze once the ray of light vanished into the night sky. After that, he withdrew a talisman and said, "Everything is normal." At the peak of a mountain, Yan Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while Jiansu sat at his side. Jiansu asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Yan Yi replied, "Senior, the other members of the Sword God's Palace are probably still alive, right?" "Of course," Jiansu replied. "The Sword God's Palace had a huge array of forces, and it was many times greater than the World Devastator cult. Even though they were crushed, those disciples who weren't at the Sword God's Palace at that time had survived. However, none of them dared to call themselves disciples of the Sword God's Palace as they are afraid that existence would take revenge on them." Yan Yi asked, "Senior, are you aware of their whereabouts?" Jiansu gazed at Yan Yi and asked, "You want to recruit them?" Yan Yi nodded. "Forget it," Jiansu continued. "All of them are extremely proud. Even though you possess Rebirth Realm Sword intent, don't even dream that they will follow you." Yan Yi suddenly said, "What if you tell them that I'm Senior Jian Wuji's successor?" Jiansu was stunned. He thought for a moment before he said, "It might be possible if we do that. They have a deep attachment to the Sword God's Palace. It isn't just them, even I feel attached to the Sword God's Palace. However, you have to realize that if others find out that you gather these past members of the Sword God's Palace, and especially if that existence finds out, then it's very likely for calamity to descend upon you." Yan Yi fell silent. He naturally knew everything Jiansu had mentioned. The Sword God's Palace's enemy was definitely extremely strong. If that person found out that he'd converged the members of the Sword God's Palace again, then that person would definitely think that he intended to rebuild the Sword God's Palace. Coupled with the fact that he called himself the successor of Jian Wuji, it was very likely for that peerless expert who crushed the Sword God's Palace to come looking for him. At that time, he would truly be facing calamity. Jiansu said, "If you say that you're Senior Jian Wuji's successor and coupled with the Rebirth Realm Sword intent you possess, I think that many will definitely be willing to follow you. All of them are living fossils, and their strength is beyond any doubt. However, you have to realize that if that existence from all those years ago is still alive, then it's very likely for him to come looking for you. Because that existence's resentment towards the Sword God's Palace is extremely strong." Yan Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he flipped his palm and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He gazed at it for a short while before he said, "There's no reward without risk. If that existence still hasn't let go of the enmity from all those years ago, then that existence can come at me. I'm not afraid." Jiansu gazed at Yan Yi for a long time before he said, "You really are brave." Yan Yi turned to look at Jiansu. "Senior Jiansu, I'll be troubling you with contacting those people from the Sword God's Palace. I'm truly unable to do it myself right now. Moreover, I have something else that I need to do." Jiansu asked. "Are you really sure?" Yan Yi stood up, took a deep breath, and said, Consider it a gamble. A gamble on whether that person has let go of the enmity from all those years ago. If that person hasn't and insists on kill us, then bring it on. As I said before, I'm not afraid. Jiansu pondered deeply for a short moment and said, Many might not agree to leave their places of hiding. Yang Yi replied, Ask them something for me. Do they wish to cower like cowards for their entire life? If they do, then I don't need such people. I understand. Jiansu nodded. Then I'll be going. Actually, what do you plan to do after this? Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, I plan to make a trip to the Dark Sky sect. The World Devastator cult has ordered the 2 remaining cities and the other sect to converge at the Dark Sky sect. Don't lose your life on your trip. Jiansu's figure vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Once Jiansu left, Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that entered the expanse of space before him. He wanted to see how many emperors those powers had gathered, and if it was possible, it would be even better if he could kill some and refine them into sword servants. The Void Flash Sword technique was extremely swift, and it took Yang Yi less than 4 hours to arrive at the Dark Sky sect. Yang Yi, who'd intended to sneak into the Dark Sky sect, had suddenly stopped. He looked up at the direction of the Dark Sky sect and pondered deeply for a long time before he said, 1, 2, 10, 17, 23. A total of 23 emperors. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched when he sensed the auras of 23 emperors. A short while of hesitance passed before he spoke softly. Why don't I come back another day? Chapter 12:10 Are you surprised? Chapter 12:10 Are you surprised? Dark Sky Sect, Dark Sky Hall. There were 23 people in the hall right now, and all were emperors. The Dark Sky Sect's vice sect master, Yuan Tianyi, sat at the seat of the host while the sect master of the Dark Water sect, Li Tsunghai, the sect master of Frostwind City, Shuemei, and the city governor of Violet Thistle City, Dugu Tianwei, were seated below him. The Sword Alliance has openly challenged the order on our continent, and that's equivalent to looking down on us and the World Devastator cult. Yuan Tianyi looked down at the others as he spoke. I know that it's actually just conflict between my Dark Sky sect and the Sword Alliance, but I'm sure you've all seen how the Sword Alliance does things. If we don't destroy the Sword Alliance, then... Yuan Tianyi! Meanwhile, Dugu Tianwei interrupted Yuan Tianyi and said, Don't give us all that nonsense. We aren't here because of your Dark Sky sect, we're here because of the World Devastator cult. Ask them to show themselves. Yuan Tianyi glanced at Dugu Tianwei with a slightly gloomy expression on his face, but Dugu Tianwei paid no attention to him. A short while passed before Yuan Tianyi cracked a smile. I heard that city governor Dugu's son, Dugu Jian, is close to the Sword Alliance's Yang Yi. We're all on the same boat, and I'm worried that someone might cause trouble on this boat. The others gazed at Dugu Tianwei when they heard this. Dugu Tianwei stood up and looked straight at Yuan Tianyi. Yuan Tianyi, what does my son's business have to do with you? Besides that, you're just a vice sect master. Not to mention you, even the sect master of your Dark Sky sect, Qin Tian, isn't qualified to make noise in front of me. We can head outside and have a spar if you don't agree. Yuan Tianyi's face was extremely unsightly. He was about to speak when the sect master of the Dark Water sect, Li Tsunghai, stepped forward. All right, that's enough. Since City Governor Dugu led the forces of Violet Thistle City here, it's sufficient to prove his attitude and choice in the matter. Dugu Tianwei grunted coldly and sat back on his seat. Yuan Tianyi glanced coldly at Dugu Tianwei but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Li Tsunghai continued. Brother Yuan, Brother Dugu is right. The World Devastator cult made us come here, but they are nowhere to be seen. That is hardly justifiable, right? Besides that, Brother Qin still hasn't come out to meet all of us old friends of his. Isn't that improper as well? Dugu Tianwei suddenly said. Right now, I feel like the Dark Sky sect is the only one that's allied with the World Devastator cult. As for my Violet Thistle City, Frostwind City, and the Dark Water sect, we're just outsiders. Yuan Tianyi glanced coldly at Dugu Tianwei. City Governor Dugu, mind your words. Dugu Tianwei laughed with ridicule. I'm sure your dark sky sect is clearly aware of whether it's the truth. Li Tsunghai and Shui Mei gazed at Yuan Tianyi. Yuan Tianyi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, The sect master is in closed-door cultivation. He didn't just enter closed-door cultivation, and he has been like that for years. As for the World Devastator cult, to be honest, even I don't know where they are. I'm sure you're all aware that they have always been mysterious. But they've given us orders, and it's to attack Doomsday City once we've all converged here. Meanwhile, Shui Mei suddenly frowned. They aren't sending their forces and just want us to attack? Li Tsunghai frowned as well because he felt like he was being used. Yuan Tianyi spoke solemnly. Everyone, the Sword Alliance was able to rise to prominence in such a short time. Do you really believe they don't have any backing? Moreover, that fellow Yan Yi came out of nowhere. No matter how great his natural talent is, it's impossible for him to be so monstrous without the fostering of a large power. The World Devastator cult thinks that there's definitely a mysterious power supporting the Sword Alliance from behind the scenes. So, that's why they haven't attacked the Sword Alliance after losing so many emperors. They fell silent upon hearing this. They definitely didn't believe that the Sword Alliance didn't possess any backing. After all, it had risen to prominence too quickly, and Yan Yi was too monstrous. Especially Yan Yi, no matter how monstrous his natural talent was, it was absolutely impossible for him to be so strong without the fostering of a great power. Moreover, there was no such person on the continent before this. It was like Yan Yi had appeared out of thin air. It felt like a scheme. It wasn't just the World Devastator cult which felt that it was a scheme, even they were of the same mind. They felt that it was a scheme against them or the World Devastator cult. Before this, all of them were quite puzzled. Because while the Sword Alliance's strength wasn't bad, it was absolutely impossible for it to go against the World Devastator cult. However, the World Devastator cult hadn't attacked and even joined forces with them. Now, they understood the reason. The World Devastator cult's target wasn't the Sword Alliance but the power standing behind the Sword Alliance. As for the two sects and two cities here, they'd become the claws of the World Devastator cult, whereas the World Devastator cult hid in the shadows and awaited the right moment to strike. All of them were quite displeased because no one was willing to be used. But they didn't dare say anything about it. After all, none dared to offend the World Devastator cult, nor could they afford to offend it. Yuan Tianyi stood up and glanced at the experts here. Our strength is entirely sufficient to crush the Sword Alliance, and the World Devastator cult will naturally deal with the Sword Alliance's backing. So, we'll definitely win. Right, the World Devastator cult wants Doomsday City to be completely obliterated without any survivors. As soon as he finished speaking, a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Everyone, let's set out. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Specks of light suddenly appeared here. At this moment, all of their expressions had instantly changed drastically. Especially Yuan Tianyi. At this moment, his hairs were standing on end, and he dodged instinctively. However, a strand of terrifying force suddenly pressed down upon him, causing his knees to bend slightly and almost hit the floor. Hiss! A soft sound arose, and the others raised their heads to look up at the source of it. Yuan Tianyi's eyes were opened wide while a speck of blood could be seen at the center of his forehead. Besides that, a green-clothed man holding a black sword sheath had suddenly appeared behind Yuan Tianyi. Yuan Tianyi's pupils were growing smaller and smaller as he muttered, How swift. Pooh! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of blood shot out from the center of his forehead. A moment later, his corpse vanished on the spot. At the same time, the green-clothed man turned around to gaze at the others, and he cracked a smile as he said, I hope I didn't scare all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. All the others here were stunned. A moment passed before the only other emperor from the Dark Sky sect suddenly shouted, Chase him down. Don't let him escape. As soon as his voice resounded, the others hesitated momentarily before chasing after the assailant. If they allowed the assailant to leave, then all of them would definitely be ashamed to show their faces in public. The green-clothed man was Yan Yi, of course. Once he arrived at the Dark Sky sect, he'd never intended to kill them and had just wanted to investigate the situation. However, he'd decided to attack in the end. Firstly, he couldn't stand the sight of Yuan Tianyi. Secondly, he wanted to deter them, and it was best if he could affect their morale. Yan Yi had executed the Void Flash technique, but right when he was about to leave the Dark Sky sect, a barrier of light had suddenly appeared in the expanse of space that he was traveling through. Space instantly overlapped, layer by layer, once it appeared, so Yan Yi had no choice but to show himself. At this moment, he was still within the Dark Sky sect. A cold glow flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the barrier of light, and then he sheathed an intense sword and drew it. 200 overlapped heavenrands. He naturally didn't hold back, and he refused to underestimate the barrier of light as well. If he didn't use his full strength right now, then he would face the joint attacks of over 20 emperors once those fellows got here. Even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the thought of that. Carrying out an assassination and running once he was done wasn't a problem, but if he had to face over 20 emperors on his own, he was absolutely not someone who would do something so foolish. Wham! A ray of sword energy shot forward and instantly slammed against the barrier of light. Hiss! A huge gap was instantly slashed open on the barrier of light. Yan Yi turned around and glanced behind himself, while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. An instant later, Li Tsunghai and the others arrived where Yan Yi had been standing. At this moment, they couldn't sense his aura at all. All of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. After all, a saint had instantly killed an emperor before over 20 emperors, and he'd even swaggered off. It was an insult to all of them. However, they felt even more terror in their hearts. Because Yuan Tianyi had been killed in an instant. Even though they'd heard that Yan Yi possessed the strength to kill emperors in an instant, they'd only heard of it. Yet now, they'd witnessed it for themselves. That attack had been too swift and too powerful. They asked themselves, could they resist that attack? When they thought up to this point, their expressions grew even more unsightly. Because none of them was confident in being able to accomplish that. Suddenly, specks of light appeared here, and it caused their expressions to change drastically. After that, the eyes of the remaining emperor from the Dark Sky sect instantly opened wide. Hiss! A string of blood shot out from the center of his forehead, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yan Yi was standing behind that emperor. He glanced at the others while a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Are you surprised? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Chapter 12:11 He asked me to do it. Chapter 12:11 He asked me to do it. The eyes of that emperor from the Dark Sky sect remained open even until the moment of his death. Never had he imagined that Yan Yi would actually dare to come back. After all, there were over 20 emperors here. Over 20. How could Yan Yi dare to come back? But Yan Yi had. Everyone gazed at Yan Yi with astonishment and actually forgot to attack. Yan Yi waved his hand and stored the corpse that was just about to emit spirit energy. Presently, there were too many people here, so it was best to let Snowy absorb the spirit energy in secret. All of you intend to destroy my sword alliance? Yan Yi glanced at them and said, so long as all of you dare to come, then I'll definitely make it so that you never leave. Is that so? I, Xiao Tian, would like to see you do that. Suddenly a voice resounded from the sky, and then a beam of golden light shot down from above. It was extremely swift, and instantly arrived above Yan Yi. Wham! At practically the exact same moment that the beam of golden light appeared, a ray of sword energy shot up into the sky and collided with it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then countless rays of golden energy and sword energy shot towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, a huge golden palm suddenly tore through the sky and instantly appeared above Yan Yi. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth while he drew his sword and swung it. Wham! A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy shot up into the sky. It was enhanced by Rebirth Realm Sword Intent. Once it was enhanced by Rebirth Realm Sword Intent, Yang Ye's sword energy was countless times stronger. Everywhere it passed, even space was instantly torn open. Hiss! The sword energy instantly slashed through the huge golden palm, and then it continued forward and shot towards the sky. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky, and then Xiao Tian's voice resounded right after that. What are all of you still standing there for? The others immediately recovered from their shock when they heard him, and they were about to attack. However, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Their faces sank when they saw him vanish. It wasn't that they refused to pursue him, he was too swift. He was swift to the point they couldn't catch up at all. A ray of golden light flashed, and Xiao Tian appeared here. Xiao Tian clenched his fists as he looked up at the sky, and his face was horrifyingly gloomy. Yang Yi had trespassed into the Dark Sky sect, killed 2 of its emperors in succession, and swaggered off. It could be said that the Dark Sky sect's reputation was destroyed. But that wasn't the end of it. Most importantly, he, the sect master, was the last remaining emperor in the Dark Sky sect. Even if they could crush the Sword Alliance, the Dark Sky sect would be reduced to a second-rate power. Xiao Tian closed his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi was the one he wanted to kill the most, and it was actually the deceased Yuan Tianyi. The Dark Sky sect didn't have to go head-on against the Sword Alliance, because he'd asked Yuan Tianyi to resolve the enmity between them and the Sword Alliance that day. After all, there wasn't much conflict of interest between them and the Sword Alliance. However, Yuan Tianyi had chosen to fight the Sword Alliance to the death for his granddaughter's sake. Not only had it caused the Dark Sky sect to lose many emperors, it had caused Yuan Tianyi's own death, and even made the Dark Sky sect into a second-rate power. But all of this could have been avoided. Suddenly, a gray-robed old man appeared here. The World Devastator cult. Xiao Tian opened his eyes and gazed at the old man. You were hiding in the shadows from the very beginning. Why didn't you do anything? The old man replied. Sect Master Xiao, I understand how you feel. But I hope that you understand that even I hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to attack the Dark Sky sect. I was caught off guard as well. Meanwhile, Dugu Tianwei spoke abruptly. The World Devastator cult wants us to crush the Sword Alliance yet stays in the shadows. Are you trying to make use of us as cannon fodder? The others gazed at the gray-robed old man as well. If it was before this, they would definitely not act so aggressively. But now that they'd witnessed how terrifying Yang Yi was, they were extremely displeased that the World Devastator cult hadn't sent any of its experts. Because it was the World Devastator cult that wanted to crush the Sword Alliance, but it made them fight the Sword Alliance to the death. Earlier, all of them felt that crushing the Sword Alliance wasn't a big deal at all. After all, they formed a group of over 20 emperors. But the Sword Alliance only had a few emperors. Yet now, they realized that even if they could crush the Sword Alliance, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Because Yang Yi was too terrifying. No one was willing to face him. The gray-robed old man glanced at Dugu Tianwei and said, City Governor Dugu, my World Devastator cult has no intention to use all of you. I presume that Vice Sect Master Yuan told all of you that Yang Yi might be backed by someone. Now allow me to tell all of you clearly that it isn't just likely, Yang Yi is definitely backed by someone. The experts of my World Devastator cult noticed that an extremely mysterious expert has been staying by Yang Ye's side. However, that expert seems to have noticed us when we noticed him. So, that expert has hidden himself. But we are certain that expert is definitely hiding in the shadows and waiting for the right moment to act. Xiao Tian frowned. There are other powers on the continent? Of course. The gray-robed old man glanced at them and said, Everyone, even though the continent has suffered decline, don't forget that our continent was once a medium world. At that time, there were countless sects and clans. While many have vanished, vanishing doesn't represent destruction. Many sects and clans have survived until now, but most have chosen to live in seclusion. My World Devastator cult was like that in the past, but we rejoin in the affairs of the world. The others revealed solemn expressions when they heard this. They thought that they were the top powers of the continent, but now it would seem like it wasn't the case. The gray-robed old man added, "All of you think that this is my World Devastator cult's business. But allow me to ask all of you something. Once the Sword Alliance is allowed to rise to power, then what would all of you do if conflict arises between you and the Sword Alliance? Just like Doomsday City. Would you have the ability to resist the Sword Alliance? If I'm to be honest, all of you would probably be unable to resist it even if you joined forces. Not to mention anything else, just that fellow, Yan Yi, alone is sufficient to put all of you in a terrible situation." They fell silent. The gray-robed man glanced at them and continued, "The resources on the continent are currently being split between us. Do all of you wish for a third party to interfere in that? If you don't wish for that to happen, then you only have a single choice, and it's to join forces and crush both the Sword Alliance and the mysterious power standing behind it." A long moment of silence ensued before Xiao Tian spoke abruptly. "Have you finished investigating the power standing behind Yan Yi?" The old man shook his head. "My World Devastator cult is aware of some clans and sects that are living in seclusion, but it isn't any one of them. The power standing behind Yan Yi is just like him, both are extremely mysterious. However, there's no need to be fearful. My World Devastator cult will deal with the power standing behind Yan Yi, and all of you just have to deal with the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance isn't a huge deal. But that fellow Yan Yi..." Xiao Tian spoke solemnly. "His strength is too monstrous. None of us is able to fight him." The gray-robed old man replied, "Don't worry, there'll naturally be someone to deal with him." Xiao Tian asked, "Who?" A smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. "You'll know when the time comes. All of you rest tonight and set out for the Sword Alliance in 2 days from now. Remember that as a preventative measure against Yan Yi's surprise attacks, all of you have to be on guard at all times from now on." Xiao Tian frowned. "Why aren't we setting out now?" The old man looked up at the sky and said, "Because the person who'll deal with Yan Yi needs 2 days to get here. At a mountain range a few thousand kilometers away from the Dark Sky sect, Yan Yi sat cross-legged on a huge smooth rock by the side of a lake. The corpses of 2 emperors that Snowy had finished absorbing spirit energy from were lying in front of Yan Yi. Refining the corpses of emperors wasn't difficult for Yan Yi anymore. After just 2 hours, both the corpses had been refined into sword servants. From this moment onwards, Yan Yi had 11 Emperor Realm sword servants with him. If the sword servant by Yi Liuyan's side was included, then he had a total of 12 Emperor Realm sword servants. But Yan Yi knew that it was far from sufficient. Not to mention the World Devastator cult, just the joint forces of the Dark Sky sect and the other powers greatly outnumbers the number of emperors that the Sword Alliance possessed. If the World Devastator cult was included, then the Sword Alliance wouldn't have even the slightest advantage over them. That was why he wanted Jian Su to contact the experts who once belonged to the Sword God's palace. It couldn't be helped, the Sword Alliance was weak, and it couldn't defeat the joint forces of the World Devastator cult and the other powers with just those few emperors it possessed. Especially the World Devastator cult, it had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg when it came to its strength. Yan Yi glanced at the sword servants before him, waved his right hand, and put them away. After that, he patted his chest and Snowy's head instantly emerged from there. Yan Yi stretched out his palm. Snowy blinked before holding Yan Yi's hand and rubbing her head gently against the center of his palm. After that, she waved her right claw and a small hill of violet crystals appeared before Yan Yi. Over 20,000 violet crystals. Yan Yi sighed endlessly with emotion as he gazed at the hill of violet crystals. When he just arrived at Dark Hell Continent, violet crystals were like the stars in the sky. Yet now, they were no different than rocks to him. Yan Yi shook his head and put them away. Meanwhile, 6 rays of light flashed by, and then Jian Su and 5 other old men appeared in front of Yan Yi. An old man who carried a sword on his back walked over to Yan Yi and asked, You're the founding ancestor's successor? Yang Yi nodded. Was he Jian Wuji's successor? Actually, it depended on him. If he wanted to be it, then he was. If he didn't want to, then he wasn't. Now, he wanted it. The old man asked. Where's your proof? Yang Yi took a step forward, and then it was like a million mountains were descending towards the old man. The old man moved backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped after traveling over 50 m back. Sword intent above the void rank. All 5 of them gasped, and their eyes were filled with shock. They exchanged glances, and then the old man with the sword on his back said, Why have you summoned us? Yang Yi replied, Sword cultivation is waning. I intend to allow sword cultivation to prosper once more. The old man asked, Why isn't your goal to rebuild the sword god's palace? Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes and said, Why can't you look a little further? The old man asked in a low voice, What are you trying to say? Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, I want the entire universe to respect us sword cultivators. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at the 5 old men and continued, Right, it's Senior Jian Wuji's desire as well. He asked me to do it. Chapter 12:12 The Sword God's Seal. Chapter 12:12 The Sword God's Seal. All 5 of them were emperors, and they possessed void rank sword intent. Such experts were definitely proud. So, asking them to willingly follow Yang Yi? That wasn't realistic at all. The only way was to use Jian Wuji's name. Because he noticed that they were extremely respectful towards Jian Wuji, so if it was Jian Wuji's last words, then they would definitely obey it. Sure enough, their gazes towards Yang Yi had grown much gentler when they heard him. As for Jian Su, there was a trace of doubt in his eyes as he glanced at Yang Yi. He still remembered Yang Yi telling him that Jian Wuji hadn't left a projection of his consciousness on Godfall Mountain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and bowed slightly in the direction of Godfall Mountain, and his face was covered in a respectful expression. Senior Jian Wuji, I, Yang Yi, will complete your dying wish even if I die trying. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi's face was covered in resolve and seemed as if he was ready to die trying. Their gazes towards Yang Yi grew even gentler when they heard this. Yang Yi suddenly turned around to look at them, and then he bowed slightly to them. Seniors, sword cultivation is waning in the world. My strength isn't sufficient to turn the situation around, so I hope that you'll be able to help me. Let's complete Senior Jian Wuji's last wish together, and let's allow sword cultivation to be respected throughout the universe. They exchanged glances. In the end, the old man with the sword on his back nodded. Your natural talent is extraordinary and have attained sword intent above the void rank at such a young age. No wonder the founding ancestor chose you as his successor. Since you're the founding ancestor's successor and have attained sword intent above the void rank that reigns supreme over the entire continent, it's a matter of course for you to be the master of our sword god's palace. From this moment onward I, Jian Feng, pledge my life to you. He bowed respectfully to Yang Yi while he spoke. I, Jian Lin, pledge my life to the palace master. I, Jian Kai, pledge my life to the palace master. I, Jian Men, pledge my life to the palace master. I, Jian Ming, pledge my life to the palace master. The others bowed respectfully with Yang Yi and spoke respectfully as well. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. With the 5 of them on his side, the Sword Alliance's overall strength had multiplied a few times at the very least. Yang Yi nodded slightly and asked, All of you have the sword as your surname? Meanwhile, Jian Wu said, Of course not. The reason their surname represents the sword is because it's a rule of the sword god's palace. Anyone who attained the Emperor realm and possessed void rank sword intent would be given the Jian surname. It's considered as a rank of seniority. Those with the surname Jian are ranked at the 2nd position in seniority throughout the sword god's palace. Yang Yi was curious. What about the first? Jian Su smiled. The first is the palace master, the one and only palace master, and it's you right now. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and felt slightly amused. He hadn't expected himself to become the most senior existence in the Sword God's palace. However, it was a good thing to him. Jiansu suddenly spoke. Right, while you can be considered as the palace master of the Sword God's palace, you need one thing in order to truly deserve your position. Yan Yi asked. What? The Sword God's seal. There was a trace of seriousness in Jiansu's eyes when he spoke up to this point. It's a treasure above the emperor rank. In other words, it's a precious treasure at the void rank. Its status and strength in our Sword God's palace is only inferior to the stellar sword diagram. The stellar sword diagram is a treasure that the founding ancestor created, but the Sword God's seal has been the token of authority for the Sword God's palace's master from long before that. So, you must obtain it. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Why must I obtain it? Because only then would many acknowledge you as the palace master. Especially the old seniors of the palace. Jian Feng spoke abruptly. We're naturally not the only ones from the Sword God's palace that survived all those years ago. However, some seniors only recognize the seal and nothing else. Because according to the ancestral teachings of the Sword God's palace, only one who possesses the Sword God's seal is the palace master. Actually, that treasure will be extremely helpful to you. Meanwhile, Jiansu said, it's a precious treasure at the void rank. If you possess it, it's able to improve the strength of your sword energy and sword intent by at least 3 times for a certain period of time. 3 times. Yan Ye's pupils constricted. What did that represent? He possessed Rebirth Realm sword intent right now. If its strength were to improve by 3 times. If he executed the true form of Heavenrand while his sword intent strength was improved by 3 times. Yan Yi didn't dare to continue down this line of thought because it was truly too insane. Jiansu continued. Besides that, if you possess it, then you can rely on it to execute the Sky Eradicator sword formation that the first founding ancestor placed within it. Everything in an area of 50,000 kilometers will be eradicated once it's activated. Before the stellar sword diagram was created, it was the #1 treasure of the entire continent. The Sword God's seal, the stellar sword diagram. They're both mine, all mine. Yang Yi clenched his fists. Regardless of whether it was the Sword God's seal or the stellar sword diagram, he had to work hard to obtain them. Because they were extremely useful to him. Even though he didn't approve of relying on external sources of strength, only a fool would intentionally avoid using all treasures. Of course, he wouldn't allow himself to rely on them. Yang Yi gazed at Jiansu. Where is it? Jiansu pondered deeply for a moment and said, The ruins of the Sword God's palace. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why haven't all of you gone to get it? Jiansu replied. We can't, nor do we dare to. Yang Yi grew even more puzzled. Why? The 6 of them exchanged glances and saw a trace of fear and seriousness in each other's eyes. A moment of silence ensued before Jiansu spoke. That existence said that all sword cultivators are prohibited from stepping foot into the sea around the Sword God's palace. That's exactly why sword cultivation has gradually waned on the continent. Because the best inheritances and techniques in sword cultivation are in the ruins of the Sword God's palace. Yang Yi spoke seriously. Who's that person? I don't know. Jiansu shook his head. But that person is definitely still on the continent. Because sword cultivators headed to the ruins in the past, but they never came back. Yan Ye's brows knit slightly together. How strong is the enmity that person feels towards the Sword God's palace? Not only has the entire Sword God's palace been destroyed, nor sword cultivators are allowed to go close. We were useless. Meanwhile, Jiansu shook his head. If the founding ancestor was still here, then would anyone dare to bully our Sword God's palace? The others remained silent. That person who destroyed the Sword God's palace was extremely strong indeed, but if Jian Wuji was still alive, then could that person still destroy the Sword God's palace? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Accepting these experts from the Sword God's palace was equivalent to accepting the enmity between the Sword God's palace and that mysterious expert. It could be said that he might be in great trouble in the future. However, he wasn't afraid. While he didn't want to get himself into trouble, if that person was still incapable of letting go of the enmity from all those years ago, then it would be just as he'd said before. It was just a person like him, and he wasn't afraid. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a few moments before he asked. Sword cultivators can head there, but others are probably able to go there, right? Jiansu nodded. Many people on the continent who aren't sword cultivators head there frequently. However, the Sword God's Palace has countless defensive sword formations, so even emperors can dream of going far. It can be said that the ruins are still intact. Yan Yi glanced at them and said, You spoke of the seal because you want me to make a trip to the ruins, right? Of course, I know that all of you have no intention to harm me. But I just want to know the true reason for this. Jiansu and the others exchanged glances before they bowed slightly to Yan Yi, and then Jiansu spoke. When the Sword God's Palace was destroyed, that expert once said that no sword cultivators are allowed to step foot onto the ruins of the Sword God's Palace. That isn't just an eternal humiliation to us from the Sword God's Palace, it's a humiliation to all the sword cultivators of the continent. We old fellows know that we don't have the strength to resist that person, but you do. You're still young, yet you already possess sword intent above the void rank. I believe that the day will come when you become a peerless expert just like the founding ancestor. If that day comes, we hope that you'll be able to lead us to rebuild the Sword God's Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiansu and the others bowed once more to Yang Yi. There was a trace of complicated emotions in Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at Jiansu and the others. All of them still carry strong attachment to the Sword God's Palace even until now. But it made sense because a sect was actually like home to some. Even if home was gone, one's feelings towards it would still persist. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and grinned. Seniors, I've obtained Senior Jian Wuji's inheritance, and I've even asked all of you to help me. So, I've naturally accepted the enmity of the Sword God's Palace from all those years ago. Don't worry, I'll go to the ruins. Trust me, it won't be too long from now. Or I should say that it'll be very soon. Not only did they reveal no happiness from hearing what Yan Yi had said, their expressions had changed. Jiansu hurriedly said, Don't be rash. We don't want you to go there right now. We just hope that you'll go there once you've become stronger. We know that you're extremely strong right now, and even we are no match for you. However, that expert isn't someone you can rival right now. Understand? Jian Feng and the others hurriedly nodded and displayed their agreement. Yan Yi smiled. Don't worry, I won't do something that's beyond my ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi turned around to look at the direction of the Dark Sky sect. However, the important matter at hand is to deal with the World Devastator cult and those other powers. The World Devastator cult can't be underestimated. Jian Feng spoke solemnly. It was just a small power all those years ago, but it has grown now. Their true strength has always been a mystery. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It won't be a mystery once I'm done with them. Meanwhile, Jiansu said, Right, I hope that you'll personally make a trip to meet someone. Yan Yi asked, Who? The #1 sword formation master on the continent, and the #1 sword cultivator on the continent before you appeared. Jiansu continued, If we gain her help, then our chances of winning the battle will definitely be much greater. However, that person is quite stubborn and only acknowledged the Sword God's seal. So, I hope you'll make the trip yourself. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he gazed at Jian Feng. Senior Jian Feng, I need your help to do something. This is what I need. A short while later, Jian Feng said, You're going to abandon Doomsday City? Yang Yi shook his head. The best defense is offense. I can't allow them to take control of the entire situation. I have to take control of the battle. Jian Feng and the others exchanged glances, and then they nodded before Jian Feng spoke. Don't worry. We'll get it done. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them vanished on the spot. Once they left, Yang Yi gazed at Jiansu and said, Let's go and see that #1 sword formation master on the continent, and the #1 sword cultivator on the continent before me. Chapter 12:13 Here for Yang Ye's head. Chapter 12:13 Here for Yang Ye's head. Jiansu brought Yang Yi to a bamboo forest. An expanse of tens of thousands of kilometers in the distance were filled with bamboo that were over 100 m tall. The bamboo forest instantly started to move like a wave when wind blew against it, and it seemed like a wavy ocean of bamboo. This place is absolutely remote and secluded. Yang Yi spoke softly as he gazed at the ocean of bamboo. At this moment, they were in the depths of a few intersecting mountain ranges, and this bamboo forest was surrounded by mountains that towered into the clouds. If one didn't scan the area intentionally while flying in the sky, it would be utterly impossible to notice the bamboo ocean. How else would one live in seclusion from the world? Jiansu grinned and said, "Let's head in." Yang Yi asked, "We aren't flying in?" Jiansu smiled. "You've failed to see properly this time." "Look properly!" Yang Yi was stunned. He turned around and gazed at the bamboo ocean. A short while passed before he frowned. "Sword intent is hidden within the bamboo." "It's a sword formation?" Jiansu nodded. "This ocean of bamboo that covers this area of tens of thousands of kilometers is actually a sword formation. An emperor once tried to get through by force and was instantly minced into bits. Of course, you have no need to fear it. But we aren't here to cause trouble." Yang Yi smiled. "Of course." Just like that, both of them started walking along a gravel path towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Yang Yi was sizing up the surroundings incessantly. In the beginning, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now that he'd started to observe it carefully, he noticed that every single bamboo here was like a sword. Moreover, the leaves on the bamboo had actually started to spin once they stepped into the bamboo forest. Countless leaves were spinning and caused rustling to resound throughout the surroundings. Yang Yi said, "It doesn't seem quite friendly to us." Jiansu replied, "It's fine, that's pretty normal. The formation will be automatically activated once someone enters it. It won't attack us if we don't attack or act rashly." Yang Yi asked, "Are you sure?" Jiansu nodded. "Of course, I'm come twice." Suddenly, one of the bamboo stalks not too far away from them had started to spin. A moment later, its leaves suddenly transformed into rays of light that shot towards Yang Yi and Jiansu. Jiansu's face froze. Yang Yi pressed his index and middle fingers together before tapping them forward. The rays of light instantly dispersed while a few dozen leaves appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi grabbed them, but Jiansu suddenly stopped him when he was about to launch an attack. Jiansu said, "That should have been an accident." Yang Yi glanced at Jiansu and replied, "I hope so." Jiansu nodded. "Let's walk faster." They had just started walking again when all the bamboo around them had started to spin on the spot. Moreover, numerous stalks of bamboo had suddenly appeared ahead of them on the gravel path. Jiansu's face became slightly unsightly at the sight of this. After all, it was like a slap to his face. Yang Yi asked Jiansu, "Am I not welcome here, or are you?" Jiansu hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not very sure as well." Yang Yi asked, "How's your relationship with that person?" Jiansu replied, "Not very good." Yang Yi's face darkened. He thought that Jiansu was friends with that number 1 sword formation master, but this fellow actually told him that they didn't have a very good relationship. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Let me break through this formation first." What high-sounding sentiments! Suddenly, the dense bamboo forest split apart, and then a woman with a green sword appeared within their fields of vision. The woman had a graceful figure and a pretty appearance, but her eyes were icy cold, and it gave others the feeling that they should keep away. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her, and then he spoke with astonishment. "Chuyao? What are you doing here?" The woman's beautiful brows were pressed together slightly. "You know my older sister?" "Your older sister?" Yang Yi was stunned. "You're not Chuyao?" She frowned. "Answer me." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "I do know her. She's with me right now." "With you?" The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "A mere saint? How could my older sister possibly take a liking to you?" Yan Ye's face stiffened. Meanwhile, Jiansu said, "He means that she's a subordinate of his." "All right. Little girl, we're here to see your master. Go report our arrival." The woman spoke coldly. "Is my master someone you can meet just because you want to?" Jiansu intended to say something, but Yan Yi suddenly said, "Senior Jiansu, let's just use my way." As he spoke, Yan Yi took a step forward. In an instant, a strand of terrifying sword intent suddenly appeared in the surroundings. As soon as it did appear, the woman's expression changed drastically. She moved backwards repeatedly and only stopped after moving around 1 kilometer back. As for the bamboo ocean in the surroundings, they started trembling at this moment, and numerous sword howls resounded incessantly from them. They were shivering. The woman gazed at Yan Yi with astonishment, and wasn't able to speak coherently. You. Yan Yi paid no attention to her. He just looked towards the depth of the ocean of bamboos. "Senior, if you wanted to probe me, then I presume you've achieved your goal. So I wonder if you're willing to meet?" Meanwhile, Jiansu said, "Jianji, we've already acknowledged Yan Yi as the current palace master of our sword god's palace. Are you refusing to meet even the palace master of the sword god's palace?" A moment of silence ensued before a voice suddenly resounded from afar. "The palace master? How laughable! He dares to call himself the palace master without the sword god's seal? Jiansu, I've told you before. I acknowledge the seal and nothing else. You want me to help? Sure. Bring the sword god's seal." Jiansu's face fell. He was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Senior Jiansu, don't say anything else. Let's just leave." "You." Jiansu gazed at Yan Yi with astonishment because he hadn't expected Yan Yi to give up so quickly. Yan Yi glanced towards the depths of the bamboo forest and said, "I have no need for such stubborn old fellows. How dare you insult my master?" Meanwhile, the woman suddenly shouted with fury. However, she'd only just finished speaking when Yan Yi suddenly appeared before her. After that, a sword was pressed against the center of her forehead. Yan Yi gazed at the woman who had astonishment covering her face. "A temper is something you can have, but it should be established on the foundation of sufficient strength. If you don't have sufficient strength, then it's best to keep your temper in check." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ye's figure flashed and returned to where he stood earlier. After that, he gazed at Jiansu and said, "Let's go. You think you can come and go as you please? It isn't that easy." Meanwhile, a furious shout resounded from the depths of the bamboo ocean, and then all the bamboo around Yan Yi and Jiansu started to spin. After that, the leaves on them transformed into rays of light that shot towards Yan Yi and Jiansu. Jiansu revealed a slightly solemn expression at the sight of this, because he noticed that the leaves had actually overlapped on each other once they arrived before him and Yan Yi. Once they overlapped, the rays of light overlapped as well. At this moment, every single ray of light in front of him and Yan Yi were a product of at least 1,000 of the previous rays of light that were overlapped together. Jiansu placed his hand on the sword that hung on his waist, and he was about to attack. However, Yan Yi took a step forward. As soon as he did that, a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air, and then a shocking scene occurred around them. The rays of light around them actually stopped, and then they dispersed before the leaves fell to the ground. Rebirth Realm Sword Intent. Absolute Suppression. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sword howl resounded from the depths of the bamboo ocean. In next to no time, a ray of light shot out from there, and it arrived before Yan Yi in an instant. However, Yan Yi didn't dodge and just allowed it to strike him. The woman watched with astonishment as it shot into Yan Yi's body, and then nothing happened! It was like the ray of light had never been there. Jiansu said, "Jianji, don't waste your strength. His sword intent is above the void rank. Unless your sword intent surpasses the void rank as well, or you don't use a sword against him, otherwise he's practically invincible before you." Meanwhile, an old man in blue robes walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. The woman hurriedly went over to greet the old man. "Master." The old man nodded slightly, And then he gazed at Yang Yi. I never expected that after the founding ancestor, another sword cultivator with sword intent above the void rank has appeared on the continent. Yang Yi said, so what if I possess sword intent above the void rank? Sword cultivation is waning, and no sword cultivator dares to step foot into the ruins of the sword god's palace. That's a disgrace of both the sword god's palace and all sword cultivators. I, Yang Yi, am ashamed to face Senior Jian Wuji. The old man pondered deeply for a short moment and said, it's not your fault. It is my fault. Yang Yi suddenly became agitated. It's because I'm too weak, and my reputation is insufficient. I'm unable to summon all the living survivors of the sword god's palace. Otherwise, we sword cultivators would definitely be able to rebuild the glory from all those years ago. Jian Su couldn't help but persuade Yang Yi. It really isn't your fault. No, it's my fault. Yang Yi clenched his fists and said, All right. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly interrupted Yang Yi and said, stop trying to play such tricks with me. I just want to know why you're gathering all of us. Even though I suspect that you want to use us, I have to say that your goals are in line with ours. Moreover, you really only are the only one capable of reviving the path of sword cultivation on the continent. No, not at all. Yang Yi hurriedly spoke humbly. I need the full support of all of you seniors in order to revive the path of sword cultivation on the continent. My strength isn't sufficient to accomplish that. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, I can follow you, but I have a condition. Yang Yi spoke seriously. Go on. The old man spoke seriously. Get back the sword god's seal. It's the symbol of our sword god's palace, and it must be reclaimed. I know that it's very difficult, but I believe that the day you're able to head to the ruins of the sword god's palace will definitely come. No problem. Yang Yi answered without the slightest hesitation. He was definitely going to the ruins of the sword god's palace. Because the stellar sword diagram might be there. The old man nodded and said, then let's go set up a sword formation at Doomsday City first. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Perfect. The four of them transformed into rays of light that vanished into the sky. Doomsday City. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was growing darker. Outside Doomsday City, a man with hair that hung down to his waist was holding a bloody head as he walked slowly towards Doomsday City. A cultivator from the Sword Alliance shouted from atop the city walls. Stop right there. The long-haired man stopped, and then he tilted his head upwards to look up the city wall. A moment later he tossed the head in his hand away, but just a moment passed before another head had appeared in his hand. The head of that cultivator on the city wall was gone, and a pillar of blood was spraying like a fountain from his neck. Everyone else in the surroundings was shocked. The long-haired man cracked a smile. I'm called the Head Snatcher. I'm here for Yang Yi's head. Chapter 12-14 Grand Battle. Chapter 12-14 Grand Battle. The Head Snatcher. Yi Luyun had just arrived atop the city walls, and her expression changed drastically upon hearing that name. Yang Yi wasn't the first saint to kill an emperor. There had been two more before him, and one of them was the Head Snatcher. No one knew his real name, and all they did know was that he liked to take the heads of his enemies, and that was how he got his name. He was an existence that instilled extreme fear in the hearts of countless experts and powers. Because he was a freak. Not only was he a freak, his strength was absolutely abnormal. Yi Luyun's face was unsightly to the extreme. She never expected this freak to look for trouble with the Sword Alliance. After all, there was no conflict between the Sword Alliance and him. But it didn't take long for Yi Luyun to figure it out. While there was no conflict between them, there was conflict between the Sword Alliance and the World Devastator cult's group. In other words, it was very likely that the World Devastator cult or the Dark Sky sect had sent him here. This made Yi Luyun's face grow even more unsightly. She was naturally confident in Yang Yi's strength, but the Sword Alliance would be finished if the Head Snatched kept Yang Yi locked in combat. Even though the Sword Alliance's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, it was still too soon for the Sword Alliance to be able to go against the joint forces of those powers. Suddenly, the head snatcher gazed at Yi Luyuan, causing her expression to change drastically. The Emperor Realm Sword servant by her side instantly appeared in front of her, but just a moment passed before its head instantly vanished, and that vanished head was in the head snatcher's grasp. He's killed that Emperor in an instant. Everyone was astounded by this scene. The head snatcher glanced at the head in his hand, cracked a smile, and said, "Not a bad head." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Yi Luyuan. Yi Luyuan's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a ray of light shot down from the sky. It was extremely swift, and instantly arrived above the head snatcher. A moment later, a head shot up into the air and collided with the ray of light. Bang! The light and head exploded simultaneously, and then they were obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, a man in green clothes appeared outside the city. "It's the Sword Master!" Cheering instantly resounded from above the city walls when they saw the green-clothed man. Yi Luyuan heaved a huge sigh of relief as well. Yan Yi was the Sword Alliance's pillar of support. So long as he was here, they would feel at ease. It was naturally not because Yan Yi possessed the air of a king or something like that, it was mainly because of his strength. After they watched Yan Yi kill 5 emperors in succession, he was practically like a god to them. Once she saw him arrive here, Yi Luyuan turned and looked towards the distance. Qin Zhuyao and the others were there. They had been about to attack just now, but Yan Yi had arrived, so they discarded the thought. Yi Luyuan nodded slightly to them. Qin Zhuyao understood what Yi Luyuan meant and instantly vanished along with the others. Yan Yi gazed at the head snatcher as he stood outside the city. He didn't waste his breath and instantly drew his sword. A ray of sword energy shot forward and instantly arrived before the head snatcher. The head snatcher stretched his hand forward and clawed. Yan Ye's sword energy instantly shattered and was obliterated. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to attack when 21 terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the sky above Doomsday City. After that, 21 figures appeared there. 21 emperors. The expressions of everyone in Doomsday City changed drastically. At this moment, their hearts collapsed. After all, it was 21 emperors. Amongst all the experts of the Sword Alliance within the city, only Qin Zhuyao and those other sword cultivators had the ability to fight emperors. Yan Yi could fight a few on his own, but Yan Yi was locked in combat with the head snatcher. Moreover, even if the head snatcher wasn't there, it was impossible for Yan Yi to fight 21 emperors. What should we do? That was the thought that had appeared within all their minds. Yi Luyuan clenched her fists. Even though she seemed to be calm and composed on the surface, she felt lost just like everyone else. She trusted Yan Yi, truly trusted him. Yan Yi had said that she could leave it all to him. But based on the current circumstances, Yan Yi! Today is the day both you and the Sword Alliance are annihilated! The master of the Dark Sky sect, Xiao Tian, looked down at Yan Yi and said, "Trust me, not a single person who'd related to you will survive." "Is that so?" Yan Yi chuckled. "Why don't you contact your respective sects and cities?" Xiao Tian and the others frowned. Suddenly, the space in front of them rippled, and it didn't take long for their faces to grow extremely unsightly. Xiao Tian clenched his fist as he gazed at Yan Yi and spoke gloomily. "You actually sent forces to launch surprise attacks against us?" Yan Yi nodded. "That really is my doing." A ferocious expression flashed through Xiao Tian's eyes. "Everyone, it's too late to head back now. What we need to do is join forces and crush the Sword Alliance. Once we crush the Sword Alliance and Yan Yi, then victory will belong to us. Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tian and the others were about to attack. However, 2 rays of light suddenly appeared here, and it didn't take long for Jian Su and Jian Ji to appear before Xiao Tian's group. 2 emperors? How laughable! That's your trump card? Xiao Tian gazed at Yan Yi with ridicule. Meanwhile, Yan Yi waved his right hand and 11 Emperor Realm Sword servants appeared in the sky. Xiao Tian and the others' expressions finally changed at the sight of this. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he said, "Kill!" As soon as he gave the order, Jian Su and Jian Ji transformed into two rays of light that shot towards Xiao Tian's group, and the 11 Emperor Realm Sword servants were right behind them. They only have 13 emperors while we have 21. We have an absolute advantage. Attack! Xiao Tian waved his right hand and was about to attack. However, his expression suddenly changed as a palm had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Tian was caught off guard and struck by it, causing him to be blasted away. The others were dumbstruck because it was Dugu Tianwei who'd launched the attack. Dugu Tianwei glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded slightly in response. Violet Thistle City had actually chosen the Sword Alliance, but Dugu Tianwei and his wife had suggested that they put on such a show. Because an expert of the World Devastator cult had been in Violet Thistle City. So, the World Devastator cult would have definitely attacked if Violet Thistle City chose the Sword Alliance then. In that way, the Sword Alliance wouldn't be the only one in trouble, Violet Thistle City would be in trouble too. Moreover, they wouldn't have been able to take all of the others by surprise as they'd done right now. Violet Thistle City had 5 emperors. Coupled with the emperors of the Sword Alliance, there were 18 on their side now. If the fact that Jian Su and Jian Ji could fight 2 emperors on their own was considered, then the situation had been instantly turned around. Dugu Tianwei, how dare you! Aren't you afraid that? Xiao Tian pointed his finger at Dugu Tianwei and cursed. However, he hadn't even been able to finish speaking when a ray of light shot towards him. Almost 36 emperors were fighting in the sky. After Violet Thistle City switched sides, the battle could truly be considered to be one-sided. It only took over a dozen breaths of time for an emperor to fall. Meanwhile, the head snatcher suddenly spoke. Can we start now? Yang Yi gazed at the head snatcher and asked, You have a stutter? The head snatcher instantly revealed a ferocious expression on his face. I hate that, the most. Just shut up. It's so annoying to hear you speak. Yang Yi interrupted him, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The ultimate version of death by a thought. Even though the head snatcher was a quasi-emperor, his strength was much more terrifying than an emperor. So, Yang Yi didn't underestimate him and immediately executed the ultimate version of death by a thought. Right when Yang Yi vanished, the head snatcher's pupils constricted, and then a blood-red shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The tip of a sword stabbed against the shield, and it shook violently as countless cracks covered it. As for the head snatcher, he was blasted backwards by a wave of powerful force, and Yang Ye's sword remained pressed against the blood-red shield. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this attack, which could instantly kill an emperor, had actually been stopped by the long-haired man. As for the head snatcher himself, there was shock in his eyes. His blood-red shield was an emperor-rank treasure, but it had almost been destroyed by a single attack from Yang Yi. He felt a wave of fear sweep through his heart as he gazed at the blood-red shield, which was covered in cracks now. A moment later, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and the ground shook violently before his figure stopped moving. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground as well, and the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. At the same time, Yang Yi relied on the counterforce to shoot forward while he grabbed his sword with both hands, and then he spun it. Bang! The long-haired man was blasted backwards again. Just as before, Yang Ye's sword remained pressed against the blood-red shield, and the cracks on it grew more and more numerous. Fuck off! The head snatcher suddenly roared with fury while a blood-red glow erupted from the shield and smashed down towards Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't show any intent to dodge it. The blood-red glow slammed against Yang Yi, but it didn't harm Yang Yi at all. In the end, it entered Yang Ye's body and surged into the heart of slaughter. The head snatcher's face was covered in astonishment. Why? Go figure! A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he spun the sword in his hands. Bang! The head snatcher was blasted almost 3 kilometers away. Yan Yi was about to press forward when the head snatcher suddenly transformed into a blood-red ray of light and vanished on the spot. He was very far away when his figure appeared once more, and then he stretched out his hand and shouted in Yan Ye's direction. Head snatch! As soon as he spoke, Yan Ye's expression suddenly changed drastically. A moment later, a slit suddenly split open on his throat, and a strand of blood sprayed out from there. Chapter 12:15 The Cult Leader. Chapter 12:15 The Cult Leader. The faces of many on the city walls instantly turned ghastly pale at the sight of this, whereas a ghastly cold smile had curled up on the corners of the head snatcher's mouth. Suddenly, the head snatcher watched with astonishment as the wound on Yan Ye's throat healed in an instant. The head snatcher's face was covered in disbelief. How could this be possible? Yan Yi touched his throat, looked up, and had an extremely solemn expression in his eyes as he looked at the head snatcher. At that instant earlier, he'd actually felt his blood being moved by something. Especially the blood at his throat. It seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that sliced at his throat from inside out. Fortunately, the tiny vortex had revolved at the critical moment and suppressed the mysterious force that was moving his blood. Otherwise, he might have really lost his head. Of course, it was only a possibility because while his throat had split open slightly, it was just a small wound that wasn't lethal. Moreover, now that he was vigilant against such a threat, he didn't even need the tiny vortex's help, and could just suppress it with his sword intent. Yan Yi had truly stopped underestimating his opponent. No, it should be said that he was fully on guard. He had never underestimated the head snatcher since the beginning, and it was just that strange method of attack which had almost got him. How did you? The head snatcher wanted to say something, but Yan Yi wasn't in the mood to listen. The ancient sheath appeared in Yan Ye's grasp before he sheathed an intent sword within it, and then he drew it swiftly. Oem! An ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the sky as a beam of sword energy shot through the sky towards the head snatcher. 200 overlapped heavenrends enhanced by Rebirth Realm sword intent. So, its strength was simply terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly minced into bits. Moreover, the sword energy hadn't even arrived when the powerful sword intent and energy within it forced the head snatcher back repeatedly. The head snatcher's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He issued a command in his heart, and a blood-red shield immediately appeared before him. After that, he bit the tip of his tongue, causing a drop of blood essence to shoot forward and enter the shield. The cracks throughout the shield instantly started healing at a visible speed, and a thin blood-red barrier of light had appeared on the shield as well. Bang! The sword energy slammed against the shield. The thin barrier of light on it shattered in an instant, while the head snatcher was blasted back. As soon as the head snatcher's figure stopped moving, a beam of sword energy which was on par with the last one had suddenly torn through the air and slammed against the shield again. Bang! The shield cracked apart, while the head snatcher was blasted backwards again. This time, the head snatcher's figure hadn't even stopped moving when Yan Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot at him. Yan Ye's speed was too swift. Even if the head snatcher saw the attack, he could do nothing about it. All he could do was swiftly bite the tip of his tongue and spit his blood essence on the shield. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't allow his shield to be shattered, or only death would be awaiting him. Once his blood essence sprayed on the shield, it shook violently before a blood-red barrier of light covered it once more. However, a sword struck it as soon as it was formed. Bang! The space around Yan Yi and the head snatcher cracked apart, and the head snatcher spat up a few more strands of blood essence on the shield. This time, he wasn't spitting it out on purpose. It was because his internal organs had been damaged, and he had no choice but to spit it out. At the same time, the head snatcher was blasted back once more. However, Yan Yi was like a shadow that appeared before the head snatcher again. This time, Yan Yi didn't swing his sword. He issued a command in his heart before fiery red dragon scales instantly covered his hands and arms. After that, Yan Yi grabbed the blood-red shield while the head snatcher watched with astonishment. He wants to seize it. The head snatcher was astounded. He issued a command in his heart, and the shield immediately started spinning while countless blood-red blades of light shot out from it. However, Yan Yi didn't dodge them. In the end, all the blood-red blades of light entered Yan Ye's body. A grin curled up on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth, and he exerted force and instantly took the shield. However, the shield trembled violently. It was linked to the head snatcher and had acknowledged him as its master, so it naturally wouldn't allow itself to be taken. However, it couldn't struggle free of Yan Ye's grasp no matter how it tried. Yan Yi glanced at the blood-red shield, and then he tossed it into the tiny vortex. As soon as it entered the tiny vortex, the head snatcher's eyes opened wide. How? Just shut up! As soon as Yan Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The head snatcher was horrified. He couldn't flee at all because Yan Ye's speed far surpassed his own, so he had no choice but to go head-on against Yan Yi. In an instant Yan Yi's sword arrived before him, but it stopped just shy of an inch from the center of the head snatcher's forehead. Because he'd grabbed it with both hands. A smile arose on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth as he spun the sword with his right hand. Hiss! The head snatcher's hands were cut apart, and then Yan Yi pressed forward and slammed his body against the head snatcher. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the head snatcher's figure was blasted flying. At the same time, a ray of sword energy tore through the air and shot towards the head snatcher. Right when it was about to strike its target, a black hand suddenly tore through space and appeared in front of the head snatcher before grabbing Yan Ye's sword energy. Bang! The sword energy shattered while the hand vanished, and then a blue-robed old man appeared in front of the head snatcher. You! The old man was about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more. After that, he drew his sword swiftly. The old man's pupils constricted. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he clenched both his hands into fists before slamming them forward in Yan Ye's direction. Bang! The sword and fist collided. The old man's arms instantly cracked apart, while his figure was blasted away. H! Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded abruptly from afar. The old man looked up and saw a sword had stabbed through the center of the head snatcher's forehead. The sight of this made the old man's eyes narrow slightly while a trace of shock appeared within them. Yan Yi beckoned and the head snatcher's spatial ring flew into his grasp. After that, the head snatcher's corpse was transported into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. Yan Yi turned around and gazed at the blue-robed old man. Your world devastator cult is finally unable to stand by idly and watch? The old man waved his right hand and 15 other blue-robed old men appeared around him. 15 emperors. At this moment, the Sword Alliance and the other powers had stopped fighting. Yan Yi had lost 6 of his Emperor Realm Sword servants, Violet Thistle City had lost an emperor, and both Jian Ji and Jian Su had suffered some light injuries. As for the Dark Sky Sect and the other powers, they were in quite a miserable state. Jian Su and Jian Ji could each fight 2 emperors on their own. Especially Jian Ji, he could even fight 3 on his own. So, practically everyone who faced them in battle was dead. The Dark Sky Sect had 16 emperors on its side, yet now, only 9 remained. They'd suffered heavy losses. Xiao Tian, Li Tsunghai, and Xue Mei, the leaders of their respective powers, had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Because they truly suffered heavy losses, and they would probably be unable to recover from it without hundreds of years of time. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man who held a folding fan appeared in the sky. I never expected the surviving fugitives of the Sword God's palace were supporting you. Leader! The blue-robed old man bowed slightly to the middle-aged man and spoke respectfully. Surviving fugitives? A cold glow flashed through Jiansu's eyes. Your world devastator cult was probably nothing during the era of the Sword God's palace. I respect Senior Jian Wuji. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. But as for your Sword God's palace... Ha! All of you don't even dare to return to your home. You're just a bunch of homeless dogs. I wouldn't have paid any attention to all of you if you remained in hiding, but all of you just had to court death. Since that's the case, then my World Devastator cult will put an end to the Sword God's palace. You. Meanwhile, GNG suddenly withdrew a sword chest and said, "The leader of the World Devastator cult? Haha. Come. Let me see how strong you are." "As you wish." The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at GNG, and then he turned around to gaze at the blue-robed old men. "Kill them. Don't let a single one survive." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky while GNG followed closely behind him. The World Devastator cult's arrival caused the advantage that the Sword Alliance possessed to be transformed into a disadvantage. Because when the World Devastator cult's emperors were included, the enemy had 24 emperors on their side now. But the Sword Alliance only had 10 left. The difference was too huge. Jiansu and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian spoke with a ferocious expression on his face. "Yan Yi, let me see who can save you and your Sword Alliance now. Don't worry. I'll annihilate the entire Sword Alliance while you watch." Yan Yi chuckled. "Actually, I've been waiting for the World Devastator cult's forces to show themselves." One of the blue-robed old men frowned. "Why?" Yan Yi gazed at that old man while a grin curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Because only then can I annihilate all of you at once." "You." The old man revealed a wisp of ridicule on his face. "Yes, me." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Heaven's gravestone. Bang! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a pillar of blood suddenly shot out from Yang Yi, and then all the emperors here were instantly forced to move backwards repeatedly. Chapter 12:16 Fighting 10 Emperors on His Own. Chapter 12:16 Fighting 10 Emperors on His Own. The Void Rank. All the emperors gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Besides astonishment, there was disbelief in their eyes. The Void Rank was the rank above the Emperor rank. Such treasures that existed throughout the continent could be counted with a single hand. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi actually possessed such a divine treasure. The experts from the World Devastator cult and the other powers became extremely unsightly. Yang Yi clenched his right hand and a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. As soon as he grabbed it, a blood-red ray of light arose from his feet and enveloped his figure. At the same time, a terrifying wave of baleful energy and slaughter intent instantly surged out from him and swept towards the emperors of the World Devastator cult and the other powers. "Kill!" Yan Ye's furious voice resounded from within the blood-red light, and a blood-red ray of light flashed forward at practically the exact same instant. Hiss! Xiao Tian's figure stiffened on the spot as a strand of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead. His eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief and terror even until the moment of his death. He hadn't expected a dignified sect master like himself to be instantly killed by a saint. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. He died with everlasting regret. In an instant, Xiao Tian's body vanished on the spot, and then another blood-red ray of light flashed just a moment later. Hiss! An emperor from the Dark Wada sect suffered the same fate as Xiao Tian. A strand of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead, while Yang Yi, who was enveloped by blood-red light, had appeared behind him. An instant later, that emperor's corpse vanished on the spot as well. Meanwhile, the others finally recovered from their shock. One of the blue-robed old men from the World Devastator cult roared with fury. "Join forces and kill him! Kill him!" The emperors here shot towards Yang Yi. The emperors on the Sword Alliance's side didn't stand by idly, and they attacked at the same time. The World Devastator cult's group had just arrived in front of Yang Yi when a wave of blood-red sword energy swept out horizontally from where Yang Yi stood. They were shocked when they saw the sword energy, and they flashed backwards successively, and didn't dare to go head-on against it. Some of them hadn't been able to dodge in time, so they had no choice but to face it head-on. Rumble! Many emperors were blasted backwards by the wave of blood-red sword energy while two were almost slashed into two. Besides that, 2 other emperors had their arms chopped into 2. If they hadn't moved away in time, their entire bodies would have probably been split into 2. The experts from the World Devastator cult were extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. That's a saint? A saint? It wasn't just the experts of the World Devastator cult who were stunned, even Jian Su and the others were shocked. Because even if Yang Yi was holding a void rank sword, it didn't make sense for him to be that strong. After Heaven's gravestone had absorbed the killing intent and baleful energy left behind by Jian Wuji on Godfall Mountain, it had advanced into the void rank. Since its quality had improved, its strength had naturally grown immensely as well. Even though it hadn't allowed Yan Ye's slaughter intent to rise to the rebirth realm, Heaven's gravestone still carried Jian Wuji's killing intent and baleful energy from all those years ago. After all, even emperors didn't dare to get close to the killing intent and baleful energy on Godfall Mountain. Moreover, even Heaven's gravestone, which was at the emperor rank at the time, hadn't been able to subdue the killing intent and baleful energy there. It was obvious how terrifying it was. Yet now, Yan Yi had taken control of it. The slaughter intent and baleful energy within Heaven's gravestone was already capable of posing a threat to emperors. Now, it had Jian Wuji's killing intent and baleful energy, so its might had naturally multiplied. Moreover, it was even enhanced by Yang Ye's rebirth realm sword intent. So how terrifying would it be? It could be said that Yang Yi could kill emperors with a casual swing of his sword even without the ultimate version of death by a thought. Ray after ray of blood-red light surged out from below Yang Ye's feet, and it obstructed the vision of the others, causing them to be unable to see how Yang Yi was at this moment. However, they could sense his intent to kill. Especially the experts of the World Devastator cult, Yang Ye's slaughter intent and baleful energy had never left them. Kill! Suddenly Yang Ye's voice resounded from within the red light, and his figure transformed into a thread of blood that vanished on the spot. At the same time that Yang Yi vanished, the hairs of all the experts from the World Devastator cult instantly stood on end. Many emperors here hadn't even been able to react before a strand of blood sprayed from the center of the forehead of a blue-robed old man. It was an instant kill. An absolutely instant kill. Kill! Kill him! Don't hold back! One of the emperors from the World Devastator cult roared hysterically. However, he just finished speaking when a ray of blood-red light shot towards him, and it horrified him. Fortunately, he was prepared, and his head moved slightly to the side when it appeared before him. Hiss! Half of his face was sliced off and blood flowed out like a fountain. Meanwhile, the other emperors attacked in succession. Countless energy palms and fists were accompanied by all sorts of techniques as they covered the sky and descended upon Yang Yi. How terrifying was the joint attacks of over 20 emperors. The space throughout the area outside Doomsday City had cracked apart, while Jian Su and the others' expressions changed. Yang Ye's slaughter had incurred the fury of those emperors. Attack! As soon as Jian Su finished speaking, he, Yang Ye's sword servants, and the other emperors from Violet Thistle City charged at the experts from the World Devastator cult. Ray after ray of blood-red sword energy swept out from the blood-red light that enveloped Yang Yi. Every single one of those rays of sword energy was extremely terrifying, and even emperors didn't dare go head-on against them and had no choice but to dodge. The battle was extremely intense. Even though Yang Yi was extremely terrifying, the experts from the World Devastator cult and the other powers were mentally prepared now. So, Yang Yi wasn't able to kill them in an instant like he had before this. Because around 10 emperors were besieging Yang Yi. So long as he attacked, he would have to face the joint attacks of 10 emperors. However, because Yang Yi was keeping them busy, the Sword Alliance, which had been at a disadvantage, was slowly gaining the advantage. As for those 10 emperors who'd surrounded Yang Yi, they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. All of them seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they didn't dare slack off at all. After all, the blood-red sword energy was too terrifying. Unless they utilized Emperor-rank defensive treasures, they didn't dare go head-on against it. Because they couldn't resist it at all. Anyone who faced Yang Ye's sword energy would die. Kill! Suddenly, over 20 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky from within Doomsday City, and they charged towards the experts from the World Devastator cult. It was Qin Zhuyao and the others. Qin Zhuyao and the others hadn't joined the battle before this because the gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. They would just be giving their lives away if they joined the battle. Yet now, the Sword Alliance had the upper hand, so they could keep at least 2 or 3 emperors busy. In that way, the Sword Alliance would gain a greater advantage over their enemies. Most importantly, they wanted to strive to create an opportunity for Yang Yi. What opportunity? An opportunity to escape the encirclement of those 10 emperors. Qin Zhuyao and the others' targets were those 10 emperors who'd encircled Yang Yi. Sure enough, the faces of those 10 emperors had changed when Qin Zhuyao's group shot up into the air. It didn't take long for one of them to leave the group and meet Qin Zhuyao's group in battle. As far as they were concerned, it was just a bunch of ants at the quasi-emperor realm, so just a single emperor would be sufficient. But it didn't take long for them to regret that decision, because that emperor hadn't even lasted for 10 minutes before he was killed beneath the joint forces of over 20 sword cultivators. Kill! Qin Zhuyao shouted, and then their group charged forward once more at the other 9 emperors around Yang Yi. I'm here as well. Meanwhile, a familiar voice resounded from afar, and then a ray of light arrived here. Duge Jian! It was Duge Jian! Huan Kong glanced at Duge Jian and said, Thick-skinned Duge. Nice. I wasn't wrong about you. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, all of them continued their charge towards those 9 emperors. This time, those 9 emperors didn't dare act carelessly at all. They sent 3 emperors to fight Duge Jian and the others. However, as soon as those 3 emperors left, the expressions of the remaining 6 instantly changed drastically, and one of them hurriedly shouted, Come back here! Hiss! He just finished speaking when a blood-red ray of sword energy suddenly shot through the center of his forehead. The sword energy didn't vanish, and it came out the other side of the emperor's head while accompanied by a string of blood and vanished into the horizon. Flee! Meanwhile, Li Tsunghai, who was one of the emperors that were surrounding Yang Yi, hadn't hesitated to lead the other emperors of the Dark Wada sect away and flee. When Xuemei saw Li Tsunghai leave, he hesitated for a moment before giving the order to the experts from Frostwind City. Let's go! At this moment, Yang Yi was absolutely monstrous. Staying behind here would be no different than burying all the experts of their respective powers. They were no fools, so they naturally fled. Get back here! One of the experts from the World Devastator cult roared with fury, but no one paid attention to him. It didn't take long for the experts of the Darkwada sect and Frostwind City to withdraw from the battle, and only 7 emperors from the World Devastator cult remained here. Strike the enemy when he is down. Jian Su and the others understood that principle well, and they were about to attack. However, a figure suddenly crashed down from above. Jian Su and the others' expressions changed drastically because it was Jian Ji's figure. Jian Su shot over and caught Jian Ji. Pooh! 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 Mouthful after mouthful of blood sprayed from Jian Ji's mouth. However, Jian Su heaved a sigh of relief from the sight of this because Jian Ji was still alive. The 7 emperors from the World Devastator cult heaved sighs of relief as well. Because the middle-aged man with the folding fan, the leader of the World Devastator cult, had appeared in front of them. The middle-aged man glanced at the scene here, and his face became extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that the absolute advantage they possessed had actually been transformed into a miserable defeat. The middle-aged man clenched his right fist slowly, but it didn't take long for it to relax again. He gazed at Yang Yi, who was enveloped by blood-red light. A sword of slaughter at the void rank, I severely underestimated you. He paused for a moment and continued, Let's drop this matter right here and now. My World Devastator cult acknowledged your sword alliances standing in the continent, and will stay out of each other's business from now on. Does my sword alliance need your acknowledgement? Who do you think you are? Yang Ye's voice resounded from within the blood-red light. Kill them. Leave no one alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot at the middle-aged man. Chapter 12:17 Pursuit. Chapter 12:17 Pursuit. Attack! Jiansu's voice resounded as well. It didn't take long for the experts of the Sword Alliance to charge at the experts from the World Devastator cult. Not only would Yang Yi refuse an offer of peace at this moment, even the others from the Sword Alliance wouldn't agree to it. They were no fools. They knew that the World Devastator cult was only seeking peace because it had no other choice right now. Because the Sword Alliance's strength far surpassed it right now. Moreover, they didn't believe that the World Devastator cult truly sought peace between them, and it was merely a way to buy time. Yang Yi knew that, and so did the others. The middle-aged man's face became gloomy when he saw Yang Yi attack, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, the sword energy had arrived before him. He twisted his right hand, and the folding fan swiftly unfolded and obstructed the blood-red ray of sword energy. Bang! The folding fan shook violently while the middle-aged man took around 10 steps back. A wisp of surprise and seriousness flashed through his eyes. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi's attack to actually be that terrifying. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and a blood-red sword descended towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly. The profound energy within him surged as a terrifying aura shot out from within him and slammed towards Yang Yi. However, it had only just emerged from him when the slaughter intent, baleful energy, and rebirth realm sword intent within Yang Yi's sword obliterated it. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted while his expression changed once more. He had no time to dodge, so he folded the fan once more and raised it to block Yang Yi's attack. Bang! The middle-aged man was slammed downwards by the force in Yang Yi's attack, but it only took a moment for him to transform into a white ray of light that shot back up into the air. Yang Yi's blood-red eyes suddenly narrowed before he grabbed the blood-red sword with both hands and swung it down once more. Bang! Crack! The sword and fan collided, and the space around them cracked apart. At the same time, the middle-aged man was blasted down once more. Yang Yi stood upside down in midair for a moment, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted at the sight of Yang Yi's figure charging down like a bolt of lightning. A moment passed before he twisted his wrist. The flipping fan swiftly unfolded while a beam of white light shot up into the sky and slammed against Yang Yi. However, it was instantly sliced open by Yang Yi's sword while Yang Yi himself didn't slow down at all and instantly arrived above the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted once more. This time, there was shock in his eyes. Because Yang Yi's attack was too incisive. Even he didn't dare to act carelessly at all. The middle-aged man didn't dare hold back anymore. He twisted his wrist, and the folding fan shot up into the sky. It started expanding as it flew through the air, and it was over 300 m wide when it arrived in front of Yang Yi. Suddenly, a huge beam of white light shot out from it. It was extremely swift, and instantly slammed against Yang Yi's sword. Bang! Yang Yi's sword shook violently while his figure was blasted away. The middle-aged man was just about to follow up with another attack, but a shrill cry suddenly resounded from afar. He looked over and saw a blood-red hole stabbed open on the forehead of an emperor from the World Devastator cult. Moreover, the 7 emperors from the World Devastator cult had been reduced to 4 now. The sight of this made the middle-aged man clench his fists, while ferocity flashed through his eyes. He didn't attack, and he just waved his hand and said, "Retreat!" The World Devastator cult had lost the advantage it had, so refusing to retreat would only cause the remaining emperors to die as well. Even though the World Devastator cult was extremely strong, it wasn't so strong that it was filled with emperors. Every single emperor was a pillar of support for the World Devastator cult. The emperors hesitated for a moment when they heard the middle-aged man, and then they turned around and fled. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of blood-red light as he vanished on the spot. He was around 10 kilometers away when his figure appeared again, and an emperor from the World Devastator cult was behind him. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from the center of that emperor's forehead, and then that emperor's corpse vanished just a moment later. How dare you! A vicious glow flashed through the eyes of the World Devastator cult's leader. His figure flashed and instantly appeared before Yang Yi, and then he swung his fan at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had intended to pursue the other emperors, but he had no choice but to stop now. He instantly drew his sword and swung it at the middle-aged man. Even though the leader of the World Devastator cult was an emperor as well, he was no ordinary emperor. He was extremely strong to the point that even Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly or underestimate him in the slightest. Bang! The fan and sword collided, and then the middle-aged man was blasted around 300 m away. If it was a competition of physical strength, then even the middle-aged man couldn't compare to Yang Yi. It could be said that very few amongst the humans could compete with Yang Yi when it came to physical strength. After he pushed the middle-aged man back, Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that entered the expanse of space before him. He was over 50 kilometers away when his figure emerged again, and an emperor of the World Devastator cult wasn't too far ahead of him. That emperor was horrified when he saw Yang Yi chasing after him, but it didn't take long for a wisp of viciousness and resolve to flash through his eyes. After that, his stomach instantly started to expand. Self-detonation. It was his only choice. Fight? He couldn't resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. Flee? The facts proved that Yang Yi's speed far surpassed his. The only thing he could do was try to bring Yang Yi down with him. However, his stomach had only just swelled up when Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and Yang Yi was behind him when his figure appeared once more. Moreover, there was a hole in his stomach. Pooh! A fountain of blood surged out from his stomach, and his stomach seemed like a ball that had a hole punctured in it. It instantly shrunk back down. Just a moment passed before a ray of light shot through the back of that emperor's head, and then the color in his eyes faded. Meanwhile, the leader of the World Devastator cult appeared in the distance, and a ferocious expression instantly arose on his face when he witnessed the scene before him. How ruthless of you! Yang Yi! My World Devastator cult won't rest until your sword alliance is gone! Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the corpse away. You won't rest until my sword alliance is gone? You're only prepared to do that now. My sword alliance was already prepared to do that from the moment all of you appeared outside Doomsday City. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of light that entered the expanse of space before him. Don't you dare! The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he vanished on the spot. Over 100,000 kilometers away, the middle-aged man had just emerged from within space when he heard a shrill cry resound. He looked up and saw blood spraying from the center of the forehead of the last remaining emperor from the World Devastator cult. Yang Yi cracked an evil smile. Sorry, you're too late again. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he waved his right hand and put the corpse away. After that, he started walking step by step towards the middle-aged man. A very long time ago, I told the members of your World Devastator cult that my sword alliance doesn't want to cause trouble or become enemies with you. Unfortunately, you ignored us and insisted on destroying us. You regret that now? It's too late. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stomped his foot down and shot forward. He arrived before the middle-aged man in an instant, and then he grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it down at the middle-aged man. A ferocious gaze glanced through the middle-aged man's eyes as he swiftly slammed his right palm down. Bang! The space around him instantly started to tremble. It seemed like boiling water. A moment later, the middle-aged man slapped his right palm forward in Yang Yi's direction. Heaven Shaker! A practically translucent energy palm flashed out of his palm while he spoke, and then the space around him started rippling violently. At the same time, the mountains in an area of thousands of kilometers collapsed from the force of it. It was a peak Emperor rank technique at the very least. Yang Yi's blood-red pupils constricted at the sight of the energy palm. He quickly sheathed his blood-red sword, circulated the remaining bits of profound energy within him, and then drew his sword swiftly. A beam of blood-red sword energy shot forward. 200 overlapped heavenrands. The energy palm and sword energy collided, and then a moment of silence ensued. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from between them. The wave of energy was extremely swift and instantly enveloped them within it. The wave of energy raged through the sky. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. At a certain point in time, the space in the surroundings was transformed into a black hole that was completely pitch black. But it didn't take long for space to be restored by a mysterious force, but the wave of energy was still raging through the surroundings. It raged through the surroundings for almost an hour before it gradually dispersed. Suddenly, coughing resounded here, and it didn't take long for a man to stand up slowly from the ground. It was the leader of the World Devastator cult. It was the middle-aged man with the folding fan. He'd only just stood on his feet when he started spitting out mouthfuls of blood in succession. He looked down at his chest, and he saw that it was a mangled mess. Even the internal organs within him were faintly visible. His eyes narrowed slightly before he raised his head and looked towards the distance. A completely blood-red figure was lying not too far away from him. Yang Yi! A wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes when he saw that Yang Yi was still unconscious, and he started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Suddenly, a white head emerged from Yang Yi's chest. Snowy's face instantly changed when she saw the middle-aged man, and then she hurriedly went back into the pocket of space. But it didn't take long for her to emerge once more. She wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's head and shook it with all her might, but Yang Yi still didn't wake up after a while of shaking. As she watched the middle-aged man grow closer and closer, Snowy became so anxious that she started to cry, but her tears were tears of spirit energy. Yang Yi still remained unconscious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was just over a meter away from Yang Yi. He raised his right hand slowly and was about to attack. Suddenly, Snowy flew over and obstructed his path. She waved her claws swiftly and a few hundred violet crystals appeared before the middle-aged man while she gazed pleadingly at him. "Don't worry, I'll let you keep him company." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his palm down in Snowy and Yang Yi's direction. Snowy's eyes opened wide while her hair stood on end. She turned around and shot over to Yang Yi's chest. She held tightly onto Yang Yi's throat, and her figure shook violently. She was extremely afraid. However, she didn't return into the pocket of space. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.